Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
There you go. We've peaked already, folks. It's downhill from here. Good morning anyway. It's lovely to have your company. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard and it's wonderful to be back. It feels like ages since I've been here, but I haven't been sitting on my laurels. Oh my goodness me, no. I've been super busy creating lots of lovely things which I will share with you. But let's get started the way we always do with our early bird. Now then, our early bird today is something, well, I mean, just need oodles and oodles of cream ivory fabric. Now, I use cream ivory in, my goodness me, probably 75% of the projects I make, whether it be bags, wall hangings, table runners, quilts. A little bit of lovely ivory always lifts and freshens whatever colours you put them with. It's an amazing neutral to put with modern fabrics, traditional fabrics, Christmas fabrics, summery, it doesn't matter. And also it is the most fantastic stash buster. And you're probably thinking, how on earth can buying 1.5 meters of fabric be a stash buster? Well, the way you make your scraps work usually most of the time is by adding in something to calm them all down. Something for your background, something for your sashing, something for those alternate pieces that just allow all those scraps to work together. So this is the perfect little bundle. It's our early bird today. Now it should normally be £11.37 for 1.5 meters of beautiful quality cotton fabric in ivory. Not today, £8.99. That is phenomenal. Multi-buy, honestly. It comes in a 1.5 meter pre-cut length. So if you buy 2 units, you're going to get 2 1.5 meter bundles rather than one 3 meter piece. So just be aware of that. But 1.5 meters, fantastic bit of fabric this. I'm going to open it out so you can just see how much you're getting for less than £9. Now, half of the stock is already spoken for, let me tell you that. Half of it's already sitting in baskets. Of course, it's not actually yours until you have checked out, so don't forget to do that. But this is, hang on, I want to do that thing that people do with dogs. Just a minute. Yeah, you know where this is, like, yeah? Did that work? Were you fooled? Were your dogs going, where did he go? My producer actually said, where did he go? Amazing. But this is it, really big piece of fabric, 1.5 meters in length. It's 42 inches wide fabric, so standard quilt width. Now, of course, this would go beautifully with fabrics that we've got coming up in the rest of this show, because we've got some beautiful Tilda. And I'll be honest, when the Tilda arrives at my house, the very first neutral that I reach for is always cream, ivory or white, because they just go so beautifully with Tilda, but they also go beautifully with just about anything else. You're agreeing. There are 14 of these 1.5 meter pieces left. There are 33 in baskets. It's going to sell out very, very quickly. Well done if you got yours. You know, it's one of those purchases. We've all done that, haven't we, with fabrics that we've bought and then later regretted. There's no way that you will ever regret buying 1.5 meters of ivory cotton fabric, because whether you use it in the front of your quilt, sashings, a binding, the backing for a quilt, or whether you use it for something like lining bags, it is going to absolutely earn its place. Now, there's 5 left, be quick. Talking of bags, I just want to give a little tease. On Monday, I'm coming back as a guest. 2 lovely launches, but one of them is my brand new bag panel for Christmas. It's called Joy to the World. And I had so much fun designing this panel. It features on one side this gorgeous, massive, deep single pocket, huge pocket there, with this lovely wreath and the sentiment, so the most wonderful time of the year, because that's what I do. The sewing machine comes out in the fabrics and I get sewing. Christmas crackers, stockings, gifts, quilts, you name it. Little sewing machine there and lots of lovely things hanging from the wreath. Then on the other side, you've got another big, massive, deep pocket, and then you've got a lovely little branch with a cute bird on it, some scissors hanging off there, and joy, because that's what sewing brings to me every single time. You get all of the fabrics for the outer, you get your pockets, you get your shoulder straps, your little button tab. I've used a little gold button. How cute is that button? Love that. That was serendipity. I got the button jar out and that was just happened to be in there. You also, and it's tucked away somewhere, let me see if I can find it. Where's that gone? You also get a bonus. Oh, I know where it is. Let me just show you. Inside the bag, you get a facing for around the top of the bag, okay. You'll need something for the lining. I've used chartreuse because that's gorgeous and Christmassy. You also get this security pocket. Do you see that inside? So you get that included on your panel as well. So a lovely zippered pocket. I'll just pop it out for a second so you can see. So you can put precious things in there that you want to zip up. And then you also get the wherewithal to make a little purse, so the most wonderful time of the year, and you also get the lining for that. So that's coming up on Monday, so make sure you're tuning in on Monday for that. Couldn't resist a little tease, love a little tease. Now, talking of teasing, let me show you what we got coming up this morning. My goodness me. So first hour is Tilda Fabrics and more. I won't tell you what the more is, but it's pretty good. At 9 o'clock, we've got Sashiko legend and quilting royalty that is Susan Briscoe, and she is here to launch her brand new book, Sashiko 365. This is a magnum opus. This is a book every single quilter and stitcher will want in their library. It is magnificent, but more of that at 9 o'clock with Susan. Now, at 10 o'clock, we've got a tools hour featuring lots of Creative Grids rulers. Now, a couple of things to look out for there. We've got the fabulous, and this is my absolute number one favourite ruler of the moment. It's the 90-degree quarter square and half square triangle ruler. It is superb. We've also got the twist and, I always want to call it twist and shout, but the twist and turn ruler as well. We've twist and stitch, thank you. We've also got the Dresden plate in that hour. I'll show you later, but really worth jumping on the web and pre-ordering some of those, some great rulers. Now, at 11 o'clock, Susan Briscoe is back for a Sashiko Masterclass. And we've got panels galore. We've got absolutely everything to tempt you. If you've never tried Sashiko before, it is wonderfully mindful, relaxing. The results are beautiful. And all at once, they are heritage, they are vintage, they are absolutely beautiful, but also they're very modern. I don't know how it manages to achieve that. I've even worn my special shirt just for Susan. I don't know if you noticed that, but this doesn't just happen, you know. This gets planned. Last of all, at 12 o'clock, we've got kits you'll love. You will love them. Some of our favourite quilt kits from the last 2 weeks. Now get your messages in, please. We love hearing from you. Let me just remind you of how you can shop with us and also how you can message the studio. So it all starts by going onto the website, www.sewingstreet.com. You can message the studio, email us studio@sewingstreet.com, and that's how you can send in pictures, photos, maybe things like your Sashiko that you've done. Send anything you like. Yeah, we love seeing your pictures, your messages. And then if you go to the website, as I say, sewingstreet.com, you can then watch us online. Click watch live. You can send us a message there. Yes, do it. And then if you scroll down, you'll see what's coming up on today's show. We've got some fantastic deals on sewing machines. The Elna 680 is a favourite of mine. I wrote Bags for Life with the Elna 680. It is a wonderful machine, a brilliant all-rounder. Absolutely brilliant all-rounder. You've got over £157 worth of goodies as well. But also that machine just includes things like a walking foot and a darning foot, which so often you have to buy separately, you know. But anyway, let's keep going down. We've got some Tilda there. Last chance, actually, I think it's fair to say, with the Tilda. Very, very limited stock, especially of those colour bundles. So be very, very quick. We've got some Chic Escape. I've just had my very own Chic Escape in cork, which I will tell you about later. We've got some neighbourhood fabrics, which are gorgeous coordinates that go with the brand new hometown range from Tilda. We've got some Daisy Field, which I'm always obsessed with calling Danger Mouse. And then my personal favourite, not Tilda, but look, it's Adidas Sitar laundry basket quilts, new Strawberries in Cream. Now, the bundle did sell out a couple of days ago, but we've managed to create just, I think it's 8 more bundles? 7. There's 7 bundles left. There were 8. One's already gone. So if you love Edita, that red and white, absolutely beautiful. I'm obsessed with red and white quilts at the moment. Now we've also got Kerry's quilt kit from Living in Loveliness, lest we forget. Now again, that sold out the other day. We didn't have enough. We've managed to get more in. And then scrolling a bit further down, you can see there's Susan Briscoe's brand new book, Sashiko 365. Yeah, absolutely magnificent. $16.99. You get 365 patterns for Sashiko. Get it in your basket. Absolutely gorgeous. We've got our tools. There's one of my top tips. There it is, the Creative Grids Flying Geese 45 and 90-degree ruler. It's awesome. And that's coming from a quilter. I've been quilting for decades, and I looked at that ruler first of all and thought, why do I need this? And then I used it and I thought, now I will never let this go. True. Twist and stitch, there it is. I'll show you some inspiring quilts later with that as well. If you've no idea what I'm talking about, don't worry, half the gallery don't know what I'm talking about either. Back in stock. The XL, we're going XL, we're going double XL. Well, no, I've left my double XL days behind. But XL is all good with me. It's the XL version of the Stripology ruler. Fabulous. And then my top tip for fabric. Now, producer Ben and I are all over this stripe fabric. Do you see? There's 4 different colour options, but this is absolutely gorgeous. At the moment, I'm making like artist smock tops. Beautiful. Trousers, drawstring waist trousers. Beautiful. I'm thinking about kind of autumn slouching. Are you with me? Autumn cover-ups. Oh, get in from work, get comfy, slip those on. I'm in heaven. Bit of pumpkin pie, squirty cream. Painting a marvellous picture, aren't I? And then all those lovely kits we've got at 12 o'clock. All right, listen, I need to say some bright good mornings. First of all, Claire Payne, who's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart and all. Mwah! Good morning, my darling. Sally Ann Harrison's got in touch. This is a little bit of a sad message, Sally Ann. Morning, Stuart. Feeling a little bit sad today, not to be with you as planned. I'm more than a little bit sad, Sally Ann. I love you. But Sally Ann is getting over COVID. Looking forward to the show. I'm a big Tilda fan. I know you are, my darling, and we're a big fan of yours. And I'm sending you mwah, kisses and hugs to get well soon. I'm really sorry you've been poorly, but fingers crossed. Get well soon. Jan's been in touch too to say good morning, Stuart, and all good morning to you, my darling, from everybody here at Sewing Street. Let's get into it. Let's get started. I want to start with Adita Sitar. I'm going to grab my tea and my iPad. I'm going to grab Adita by the strawberries and cream and come on down this end. Right, let's get going. I'll get rid of this old trash. It's just one of my quilts. Right, let's start with the mega bundle. Now, I love Adita Sitar. I think she just captures sort of vintage style in such a gorgeous, fresh way. Now, you're getting 4.5 meters of fabric plus a pre-printed panel. I'm going to start by showing you the pre-printed panel because it is a bit special. It's absolutely beautiful. And what you've got here, this is the panel. I'll hold it up first of all and then I'll give you a bit more detail. So this is the panel itself. It's what we in the trade call a cheetah cloth. And so what you get there is, it's sort of mock patchwork. Do you see? You've got those gorgeous Lemoyne stars. You might think that they were yours, but they're actually Lemoyne. The Lemoyne. Look at Moyne. That was Australian, Ben, not Brummie. For goodness sake. Gorgeous. Look, let me show you. So it's like you've pieced it. It'd be lovely to make something like a bag or a wall hanging or something like that out of. You've got all these little Lemoyne stars and then you've got alternate blocks as well. So you've got, let me see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 28 of these little blocks. So you could cut these out and you could repiece them. That would be really cute as well. And then down one end, you've got this gorgeous little 9 patch, which I think is adorable. Seriously, I'd be thinking about making a bag out of that. I think it lends itself rather well. Anyway, that's your panel. And then you're also getting 9.5 meters of the coordinating fabrics. Now these are delish. We've only got now 6 of these bundles left. Let me just show you these gorgeous fabrics. And what Adita does so well is she takes sort of vintage designs and then creates these beautiful, fresh, contemporary colour combinations. This one's called Strawberries and Cream, and I think we can all see why. And it is those wonderful berry colours. It's really fresh. You've got some strawberry in there. You've got raspberry. I'm starting to sound like Jilly Goulden, aren't I? I'm sensing fresh cut grass and a lemon posset sitting behind a vicarage. Do you remember when she used to do wine? The gallery won't because they're all children, but some of you might remember on Good Food, Jilly Goulden. Loved her. But anyway, beautiful, beautiful fabrics there, aren't they? Just delicious. I'm going to open this one out because it's Kat's favourite. Love that. So vibrant, isn't it? And of course you could use these with your panel as well, or use them separately. I just want these in my stash. They'd also be great for Christmas quilting. There's zero Christmas motif in any of these fabrics, but you know, you only have to show me red and white and I instantly start thinking about candy canes and lovely Christmassiness. So, you know, very, very versatile. If you're thinking ahead to February, to Valentine's Day, again, you could do something lovely with that. If you're making something like a ribbon quilt with pink ribbons, red ribbons, you could do that too. Just lovely. So many of these in baskets, we don't have enough. Just saying. A few more good mornings. Kath's got in touch to say morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you. You're looking so well. Well, thank you very much. I had 4 days in Cork with my lovely husband. Surprise trip. Didn't tell me where we were going. We're there in the car on the motorway. I know we've got passports. I know I'm flying, but I've also been told to pack a rain mask, so I thought it's not Mauritius. Anyway, next thing I know, we're getting on a Ryanair flight and off to Cork, and it was divine, absolutely gorgeous. Pauline Wheeler's got in touch. Morning, Pauline! She says, hello you, welcome back. Dinner date, Pauline? I'm yours tonight if you're free, definitely. Kirsty's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, love Tilda fabrics, but really looking forward to having Susan back on our screens this morning. It's been 2 years. We are all thrilled to have Susan back on. It's going to be wonderful, isn't it? Get your questions in. Amanda's got in touch. Morning everyone, off to the big textile show in Leicester doing a needle felting workshop. Can't wait. That sounds gorgeous. Watch your fingers. Okay, it's good for working through frustration, but don't take it out on yourself. And Kirsty's got in touch. Loved Gilly and Oz, both of them mad as hatters, but they knew their wines. They really did, didn't they? Oh, let me have a little sup of tea. Oh, I'm getting mountains, I'm getting a fresh running stream, I'm also getting a little bit of a hit of slightly out of date milk as well. Gorgeous. Let's talk Tilda. Now, you want to do individual? Sorry. We'll just show you. Yeah, I'll just show you very quickly. Yeah. We've got the fabrics individually. Oh, lovely. Okay. Very limited though. Just have a quick look on the website if there are any of those individual Adidas Star fabrics you want. Do we have the panel on its own? We do. We've only got single figures of that. So yeah, okay. Not much to play with. Let's go for Tilda time. Now I'm looking about for my cushion. There it is. Now we just did the release of the brand new Tilda range just, a little more than a week ago. It's called Hometown. It's a gorgeous range, really happy, beautiful fabrics in there. You've got lovely rusty reds, you have got blues, you've got some gorgeous greens. There's a good old smattering of purple as well, and I know lots of you love purples. I just picked out the rusty reds and oranges and the blues for this cushion. Really fun to make. And then I used some of the coordinating neighbourhood fabric for the back. Let me show you what we've got. Right, so we've got some colour bundles. 3 different colour bundles. We don't have the rusty reds now. We've got blues, we've got greens, and we've got purples. We'll start with the greens. Okay, so you get 5 different fabrics in the bundle. It's a cracking price to get a full colour collection from Tilda. I'll show you them all en masse first of all, and then I'll open them out. That's my personal favourite. They really are beautiful, sophisticated, rich, delicious florals. I mean, there isn't a 1/4 inch of space on this fabric that hasn't got a beautiful full motif on it. They are just delicious. They're so pattern rich. Now then, these are all the greens. You've got a little bit of teal in there, a little touch of purple, and a little bit of very soft pink in there as well. Not enough that you couldn't do just if you wanted a green quilt that it would jar. But if you wanted a coordinate to pull out, it's there. It's ready for you. So I'll just open out so you can see a little bit more of each fabric. beautiful quality fabric Tilda use, always beautiful quality. Really, the vast majority of these fabrics now have sold out individually. The only way you can get these greens is in this bundle. They're fine friends, aren't they? At a very sophisticated cocktail party, I feel. Talking politics, having a martini, no doubt. Isn't that beautiful? That just excites me. Do you see what I mean, though, about our early bird today being ivory solid? If I just grab that for a second, I mean, it's sold out. Well done if you've got it. But I mean, look, it's such an easy way just to add some space and some background, some contrast with Tilda. But there's many other colours that you can put with it, of course. But if you ever look and think, what would I coordinate? Cream, ivory, white, very, very simple. So that's your green bundle, £37.45 for 5.5 metres. Next up, let's do blues. Let's do beautiful blues. Now, I use some of these in my cushion, and I'm just working actually at the moment on a quilt kit and a pattern using this range of Tilda, which we're going to be doing towards the very end of November. So keep an eye. You might want to get some fabrics now. 0.5 metres would be good. 0.5 metres would be really good. Let's do blues. Just pick a colour, basically. Pick a colour. There's 8 of these bundles left. Now, what you've got in here, you've got the beautiful blues, of course, but you've also got a little bit of this beautiful deep coral, which goes so beautifully with blue. You've also got a healthy dose of mustard gold, which again, good old colour theory, it just makes those colours shine, doesn't it? Stunning. Now, my favourite print, I think, out of all of these, does have to be this one. I think that is stunning. Absolutely stunning. It's like Jacobean crewel work almost, isn't it? You could add embellishments to this if you wanted. So that's the blue colourway. Again, you're getting 5.5 metres. Beautiful quality cotton, of course, 42-inch wide cotton, and again, just team it with an ivory or a white. Very, very easy, just to give it a bit of space to breathe. Or you could use a soft blue. Chambray blue would be gorgeous. It would also mix really nicely with denim. So I'm thinking a bag with some Tilda and some denim, a nice deep dark blue denim. All right, next up, let's do purples. Wow, it's Tilda, so it's plum and grape. This has been very, very popular today. You've got your tree of life, you've got your all over vines. Check out this floral in the purple. Oh, my goodness me, that's special, isn't it? And again, mixed in with that coral, there's a bit of lilac blue in there. There's a little bit of pink as well. It just adds some highlights, but stunning fabric. Where are our ladies? There they are. There they are. I'm going to open that out. Bring back my girls. Bring back my girls. Isn't that fab? I love collective nouns, don't you? Is it a parliament of owls? Oh, I like that, a flamboyance of flamingos. What's your favourite collective noun? I'm going to put this out there. What's your favourite collective noun? Or what collective noun that doesn't exist should? I mean, what is the collective noun for a group of quilters? What is the collective noun for a group of quilters or a group of stitchers? What is the collective noun? My own personal favourite, I do love, is it a murder of crows? Is it a murder of crows? A mischief of rats? And a disappointment of producers. That's it. I think there's one which is called a disappointment. I'm not sure. If there isn't, there should be. We'll do it. We'll do it. Right, purples. There they are. Delicious. That's Ribena, isn't it? That's Ribena. Absolutely gorgeous. But I love the variation in tone there, because it's, you know, some purple ranges, it's all the same shade of purple, or you might get dark, medium and light. Whereas this is a very different. This is a very pinky purple. This is a very blue purple, but they work so beautifully together. It's all pulled together by fabrics like this. Delicious. No. Is that really the collective noun? A disappointment of rainbows. Apparently that is true. I don't think it should be. I'm going to write to my MP. I'm not happy about that at all. It should be something like a fabulousness of rainbows, shouldn't it? A gam. A gam of Wales. I like that. That's cute. Fuss. A farce of giraffes. A farce of Sewing Street producers. Gosh, this is fun. All right, those are the Tilda that we have. Now, can I just grab neighbourhood, please? We've got some coordinates, I mentioned them. Now I used these, or I used them on the cushion. So I used the rusty orangey red on the back. Isn't that cute? And then I used the blue for the border all round. Now the blue's just sold out. It's £7.49 per half metre. Let me show you what we've got left. So we've got 5 colours, but we're very, very limited. So I'm going to do this quick. So we'll start off with that rusty red. This is RN36. So every single new Tilda range now is going to have its own coordinating collection of, you know, tone on tone, something that goes with, and something that goes with the theme as well as the colours. But of course will also go into your stash beautifully. This is Neighbourhood, and it features a really cute little cottage, little, I don't know, is this a little outhouse? An outhouse, schoolhouse. That's my Tina Turner. Did you like it? No. And trees. You did. Oh God, I'm the only person who's allowed to sing on television, because apparently no one could ever recognise the song I'm singing, so we don't have to pay the fees. It's fabulous. I think it should be a confusion of quilters from Anne, who's in Perth and Kilmars. I like that. I like that. For knitters, it should be a gossip of knitters sent by Chris in Greater Manchester. Gosh, that could be a collective now for so many different groups, couldn't it? A celebration of larks is my favourite. How about a fat quarter of quilters? Candy, I think that's perfect. A fat quarter. People are always talking about my fat quarters, for sure. Now, next up, let's do the gold, because this is really beautiful. XE24. It's really soft and subtle. And just for one moment, I'm going to grab, because you might have bought last season's range, which was called Chic Escape. And I'm just going to pop this down next to, because we do have a little bit actually of Chic Escape coming up, but I just wanted to show you how beautifully that coordinates with the Tilda. It's a softer gold, but it's very much this gold that's here, isn't it? So, you know, Tilda do think about this. They make sure that ranges flow into each other. Lovely. Great for your stash, great for adding in some space, you know. Sashings, alternate blocks, things like that. Just where you want to create a bit of sense of space. Let's do green, NJ28. And this is a lovely, fresh, but also, you know, quite deep green, mossy, a little bit mossy. It's lovely, isn't it? Really nice. You could use this for backing your quilts as well, borders, bindings. Teal, this is TV29. I love this colour. This teal is absolutely beautiful. what I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab one of the other fabrics just for a second and show you how, for example, if you wanted to make a bag. Now we have got this other fabric coming up in just a second by the 1/2 metre. But if you wanted to create a lovely bag, there's a great combination. 1/2 metre of each. Let's make a bag. And let me just show you. Now I used the Chic Escape, yeah, just for the flap. And then what I did was I used the coordinate from that season, which was Daisy Field, and I used that for the main body of the bag. Okay, this bag's just from Bags for Life. It's the small Essential Messenger bag. But you imagine doing flap in this, main body of your bag in this, bingo, there's your bag. Now actually, 2.5 meters, you could do 2 of these bags, and you could do, just alternate the placement. So main body of the bag in this, and a flap in this, and then the alternate. Yeah, easily done, 2.5 meters. Very, very easy. Nicely done. Okay, let me get rid of that for a mo, and we'll do the last one from the neighbourhood, which is the lilac. Gorgeous. All my purple girls and boys. Oh, do you know, every quilt group has got, and it's, I don't know, it's about purple. I don't know why. Tell me if this is true in your guild, but there's always the purple girl in every quilt guild who like does the most amazing purple quilts, purple bags, purple wall hangings. And I've never noticed it with any other colour, but lots of the quilt groups I visit, there's a purple girl. That's lovely, isn't it, in the purple? Really like that. Yeah. Gorgeous. Right. Okay. Now, we do. Now, the rust did sell out as a bundle. We haven't got the bundle, but we have got 4 out of the 5 fabrics left. This is why we can't do a bundle, but they are beautiful and they're flying. So this one is HL86. It's the one I just showed you and sort of talked about making a bag with. Very nice. First time we've seen this by the 1/2 metre. Remember on the launch show, it was mega bundle. That was it. You might have got the mega bundle actually and think, I could just do with something for the border on my quilt. This would be gorgeous. You could grab maybe 1.5 meters. That would border even quite a big quilt, 1.5 meters. Right, next up, let's do the ladies. Oh, my single ladies, EY20. Again, in the rust. If you like it, then you should put a ring on it. Did you like that? Did you recognise it? We're gonna... Yeah. Love it. I love it. Again, if you want a focus fabric for a bag, for a quilt border. Now this fabric, I just actually make a point about this border actually, this fabric rather. If you're going to use this for a border on a quilt or a wall hanging, a fabric like this, it's got a very, very strong directional line to it. What I would do is your 2 side borders you want to cut on the lengthwise grain, and then your top and bottom borders you're going to cut on your crosswise grain, so that all of your ladies or all of your design are all going in the correct orientation. Now what you have to think about when you're choosing the amount of fabric is you need to take off the fabric that you need for the top and bottom borders first, so calculate that amount, then decide what are the sides of your quilt, and then you need to add that dimension on the length. So you need that plus that for your total amount. So for example, if you were doing say a 60-inch square quilt, you'd need, sorry, let's do 40-inch. So if you're doing top and bottom, so you're going to get 1 strip top and bottom. Let's say it was 6.5 inches. So that's going to be 13 inches of fabric you need. And then you need the 2 side borders. So they're also 40 inches. So you need 40 inches plus your 16, 56. So you would need, say, 60 inches. So like 2 meters. And then you'll be able to get all your borders cut out in the correct orientation. Okay, quick tip there. Right, 2 more fabrics from the Coral range. This is US39. Ellen's got in touch to say, I am one of those purple girls. Glorious, love it. You know, it's purple. I don't know why, but I've never been to a quilt club and there's like the blue girl or the red girl or whatever, but there's always a member who absolutely loves purple. It's great. All right, this next one is just delish. It's a kind of stylized, almost like a Tudor rose, isn't it? Yeah, really lovely and absolutely great. I look at this fabric and I see beautiful symmetry, which I instantly want to do stack and whack with, or kaleidoscope, or really make use of those repeating motifs to create more design. And that can be as simple as cutting out a square on point, 4 of those, and then joining them together into a 4 patch. You get a terrific effect just doing that. You don't have to do anything difficult to still make good use of a symmetrical repeating pattern. All right, last one, PS63. It's got a lovely kind of dressmaking feel to it, I think. It's be really nice for dressmaking. It's pretty, isn't it? Love that. And again, nice bit of calmness. I don't know if you just saw very quickly, I'll show you just, this was a quilt, a little wall hanging I did for Chic Escape. I'll just hold up for a second. And then if I just show you from overhead, just to give you a quick idea of how you can use your Tilda, or any fabrics really, but it works really well with any of the Tildas. And this was 12.5-inch square, 6.5-inch 9-patch unit, so just 2.5-inch strips or squares sewn together, 6.5-inch plain blocks. This is 6.5 by 12.5. Yeah, and that's it. Symmetrical. So 9-patch, 9-patch, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5 by 12.5, 6.5 by 12.5, and then again you've got the 9-patch and the 6.5-inch square here, and then a 2.5-inch border. I've used the Danger Mouse. I've done it, Daisy Field. Okay, and then a binding. But you could do this using neighbourhood and hometown very easily. I would use the ladies in the centre and then the coordinates around, and then neighbourhood, the one with the houses, for the border. Easy peasy. All right. Quick break from Tilda, we'll come back to it, but I just want to talk for a moment about this gorgeous quilt that's hanging behind me, which is from Living in Loveliness, lest we forget. Now, of course, we've got Remembrance Day coming up very, very soon, in the next fortnight, and this is a beautiful tribute from Kerry from Living in Loveliness. The price is amazing for this quilt, $29.99. The quilt itself, size-wise, I'm just going to tell you, it doesn't say on the graphics, but I'll tell you how big it is. It's quite big. It looks about 38 inches square, something like that. I'm going to measure it. It is approximately 40 inches square, about 40 inches square. Have tape measure will travel, and it features a beautiful, real focal point of the poppy and that message, lest we forget. And then some lovely piecing, half square triangles, really like that modern design in the background, plus borders. Now, of course, if you don't want to put lest we forget, you could put something else there. You could create a patchwork block to go in there. You could also, I think that space actually lends itself really well to maybe transferring a photograph or photographs to fabric, and then feature those on the centre of the quilt. So this might be a tribute, it might be a memorial to someone special in your family to keep their memory alive. I think it's a really lovely quilt, beautiful, beginner friendly too, and very, very personal, I think, to Kerry from Living in Loveliness. I know her husband Craig served in the armed forces, and he helped to design this quilt. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. I love that. They're a great team, those two. And they produce the most wonderful kits. Beautiful. $29.99 for that. You get all the fabrics for the top, including your binding. You could add in a bit of Bonder web and jobs are good 'un. Now, if you want the instructions on their own, you can get those. Absolutely, you can get those. They are on screen now, $10.99. Now, that really highlights what great value the kit is, doesn't it? Because for $29.99, you're getting the kit, you're getting all the fabric, you're getting all of the fabric and the pattern. And the pattern's $10.99. It is fantastic value. Yep, there's your gorgeous wodge of fabric there. There it is. Let me show you what you get if you buy the kit. So you get your solids, you get a big chunk of black, you get a big chunk of white, you get your beautiful poppy red, and this isn't a solid actually, this is a lovely mottle, which really creates some nice dimension in the poppy. You get your fresh green for the stem and the leaves. And again, take a bit of artistic license there. Add more leaves, less leaves. You could even draft a little stem with a bud on it, couldn't you? Yeah. And then you've got your grey for your piecing. So you're getting all of that fabric, and it really is a hefty old chunk. And then you're getting your full pattern. Now remember that the pattern itself is $10.99, which means that you're paying $19.99 for all that fabric to make the whole quilt. It's for a 40-inch square quilt top. Fantastic value. It's a beautiful quilt, and it's a very special one too. Very personal to Kerry and Craig, but also very personal to many of us too. My father was in the army. It was my dad's proudest achievement, I think, apart from his family, to have been in the army and to have served and to have travelled all around the world, and you know, the people that he met and the things he experienced, he talked about for his whole life, and I loved to hear his stories. And so this is a very, very special quilt, very special indeed. Lots and lots of these in baskets. Gorgeous. I'm going to leave that with you. Now, I don't know about you, but having had one gorgeous trip, I'm ready for another chic escape. I've already got it booked actually, Edinburgh next month, if you don't mind. Oh yeah. Booked us a lovely meal at the Witchery, which I think is the place to go. It's very, oh, I know, gorgeous. Right, once you start, you can't stop, can you? Right, let me show you. I'm going to grab these fabrics and I'm going to put them into a little bit of a colour story. These fabrics are all available individually, and I'm going to go through those, but just to give them a little bit more sense and order, I'm just going to pop them together like that, because if you still wanted to get a lovely collection of Tilda, we haven't got the entire collection, but there's nothing wrong with that selection, is there? Absolutely beautiful. Hilary agrees. Hilary's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, my favourite man with my favourite Tilda fabric, bliss. Well, I hope Michael's not watching, Hilary. My favourite man. He knows though, doesn't he? He does know. Anyway, there are 3 people in your marriage. Hilary and Michael are darling friends of mine. Mwah! Good morning to you both. Hope you're both watching. All right, let's do Tilda Chic Escape. Now then, I have to start with this because it is such a lovely fabric. JM74. I love this. The colour is incredible. It is so beautiful, so beautiful. Those gorgeous rusts. I just want to show you, here's a bit of, this is Chic Escape, of course. There's a bit of Hometown. Isn't that gorgeous? Added in the new range, the old range together. They still work, they're still beautiful together. But you've got that gorgeous large scale floral. Be beautiful for doing something like stack and whack with, borders, larger pieces in your quilt. You could do something like I did. You know, the quilt that's hanging up is a variation on 9-patch pizzazz, which is a lovely technique where you're just using large pieces of fabric and 9-patch blocks combined together to create a quilt, and it's perfect for those fabrics that you don't want to cut up, and we've all got those. RL98. This features big ginger jars. It's very country house. Now, very, very popular, this fabric. While I show you this, I must tell you, while we were in Ireland, we went to a place called Bantry, and we stayed in Bantry House, which is a privately owned stately home. And you can stay there, and we did. And it was magnificent. And there were big ginger jars, and full drapes, and big library, and roaring fires, and afternoon tea. And oh, it was lovely. And if you want to recreate that feeling at home, I think these fabrics do that very, very well. They create the look of a country house wherever you use them. But you can use them in small pieces, like cushions would be beautiful. Love that one with the ginger jars. It reminds me actually of Kaif Facet, although the colour palette is much more restrained. But Kaif loves his ginger jars. Painted them many, many times. Fiona's got in touch. Yay! Calming Stuart's on. I hope you're being calming. For your collective noun library, our favourites are a charm of goldfinches and a vollery of long-tailed tits. Fiona, that is fab. I didn't know that. A vollery of long-tailed tits. Absolutely brilliant. Thanks for getting in touch, Fiona. I love it. I love it. I remember when we used to do that in school. Next one, CE50. Used to be a lesson in school on collective nouns. It's not really taught anymore, but I used to love it. Gorgeous. And kids always have great fun making up their own collective nouns. Although we've had quite a lot of fun this morning making up our own, and we're adults. Isn't that delicious? Isn't that beautiful? Now, can you imagine doing some kind of fussy cutting, maybe with big equilateral triangles or rectangles or square? See, you could do a rectangle of this, and you see how in my cushion here I've done those long rectangles and spun them around a centre square. Well, there's no reason why you couldn't do that at a larger scale with this fabric, because 4 of those all going off in different directions around a centre block of something else would look so cool. Would also make the most amazing Roman blind or curtain. Lovely. Glad we've got a little bit of this left. Now then, the bright pink. Now I use this in my big, did I use this in my big quilt? No, I used the grey. I could have used this in my big quilt. This is MT53. Questioning myself now, why didn't I use this? Lovely. Oh, I know. Now I think a dress in this would be magnificent. You'd want about 2.5 to 3 metres. Bernadine's emailed in to say, can Curiosity of Cats count, or have I just made that up? Bernadine, I don't care if you've just made it up. I love it. I love it. A Curiosity of Cats. I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect. Put a cardboard box down, you'll see a Curiosity of Cats, won't you? Now this one I did use in the quilt. This is the grey one. This is NJ79. That's lovely. Again, love that charcoal grey background. So much so that actually, if I just show you very quickly on my quilt over here, I actually used that for some of the largest pieces. So in this quilt, same idea as the little wall hanging. 12.5-inch squares. And then 6.5-inch, 6-inch finished 9 patches. And then do you see this fabric here? So this is 12.5 inches by 18.5 inches. So it's just variations on multiples of 6. That's all it is. And easy peasy to sit and work out on a bit of graph paper. You don't need a pattern for everything. Sit down, use a bit of graph paper. But there's the basic idea. And there's that same grey background with the ginger jars. It just really shows off a large scale print beautifully. Ah, it's our producer Ben's favourite quilt he's ever seen on this channel. Thank you, Ben. I feel like I should probably give it to you for that. I haven't given it to you, Ben. I said I probably should, but I haven't actually, not yet, but I might. Okay, next one. WK58. I'm getting very excited about Susan Briscoe launching her new book. Can I just say, it is absolutely flying on pre-order. Grab your copy while you can. Now this fabric I used on my little messenger bag that I showed you. I used this for the flap. And just sort of, well, I did fussy cut, but listen, I didn't labour over it. I wasn't like, that's got to be dead centre. It's a lovely natural thing, isn't it? So I just basically cut it out. Morning, lovely Stuart. A curiosity of cats should definitely be a thing. Our cat is 20, but give her a ball of wool and she's a kitten again. From Karen, who's in Kent. Oh, Karen, I can so relate to that. Mrs. Mills, my cat, is 20 in June. Fingers and toes, doing everything to keep her going. She's doing great, but I agree with you. Well, it used to be 10 o'clock at night. She suddenly would have her mad 10 minutes running up and down the stairs. Now, 9:30, she likes to be tucked into bed. She's definitely, slowed down, but she still has her mad moments. It's lovely, isn't it? Curiosity of Cats is now officially a thing. So that's that one, and I love that background colour. It is so calming, that lovely kind of silver mink. Oh, Fiona's got in touch to say, I think your quilt is the best. Can I be considered for the quilt? Oh, Fiona, I'm torn now. I'm torn between two lovers. I can't decide. Who shall have it? Right, GS26. Honestly. Right. Loveliness, this. Absolute loveliness. Beautiful. Next one, VA59. VA59. This again I used in my quilt. Gorgeous. Just absolutely love that background. The last three I'm going to do very, very quickly because we're running out of time. WF84. Now this one I will show you in its entirety because this is the one with the peacock on, which is such a beautiful focal print. Oh, excuse me, a little tickle. Oh, now the collective noun for peacocks. Goodness me, we should know that if we don't. BT79. This I would just want to make. This is very high on a hill was a lonely goat herd. I'm going to make you some lederhosen. Isn't it though? That is that fabric. A muster of peacocks. Very good. HT20. Again, I want to make dirndls and lederhosen for everybody out of this. Gorgeous. Anyway, we've got to that. We're almost to that time where so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, adieu. We're going to go for a little break. The time has come for me to say good night. Good night. I'll see you in 3 minutes with Susan Briscoe and a brand new book launch. Don't go anywhere.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Now, I don't put this shirt on for just anybody, believe me. You have to be pretty special to get me to crack out the old Sashiko shirt. But today is that day, because today we've got the amazing, the wonderful Susan Briscoe. Hurrah!
Hi! Oh, it's lovely to be back. It really is. It's great to be back, Stuart.
It's fabulous to see you again.
And nice to be on here with you, because this is the first time I've actually done the show with you.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Years, so we have known each other for many, many years, haven't we?
We have.
Hanging around quilt shows together.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've always admired your work. Sashiko is so beautiful, and it is something I mentioned it earlier on that is on the same time vintage, heritage, very much grounded in hundreds of years. Even more, I should think, and also modern.
It is. It looks very contemporary at the same time.
It does.
It's one of the wonderful things about it. And of course, nowadays, an awful lot of Sashiko patterns. You know, you go into various homeware stores and you'll see them on, plates or on cushions or on curtaining or whatever. They're used for lots of different things. It is
so on trend, but it's also classic. It's contemporary. It's just fab. It hits a lot of spots for me.
Good.
And your brand new book, absolutely.
Oh, it's lovely. We're showing lots of details of the different designs at the moment.
Yeah, I'm
fantastic.
So excited about this book. I've been excited for weeks, actually, because Susan sent me images weeks ago, didn't you, of the book? It's called Sashiko 365, and what you've got here is the opportunity to stitch a brand new Sashiko pattern every single day of the year for $16.99. All of these books, by the way, have a signed book plate inside them. So you've got your book signed by Susan. It is brand new. This is the exclusive TV launch, and you're getting it right here for $16.99. Now, we've already had so many of these books that fly out. It's gone absolutely wild,
fantastic.
Susan.
I'm so pleased. That's great.
It's gone wild. I don't know if it's you or my shirt. I think it's probably you.
I think it's the shirt. I think it's the shirt, definitely.
I think you're being kind.
Yeah.
It's an amazing book. And, I said this to Susan. We were chatting online a little while, but I'll say it again. It is a magnum opus, this book. It is though, isn't it? It's like, it feels like decades of experience condensed into one book.
It's a funny thing, because I did start doing Sashiko back in 2000. That's when it all began. Although it came about because I'd been an English teacher in Japan in a very small town called Yuzamachi. And I went back for the Millennium New Year. I mean, I was teaching there about 30 years ago. Always kept in touch with the people, my neighbours and people like that. Went back for the Millennium New Year, started to see some of these. You see the little patterns that are going across the top of the screen at the moment, the very small ones. Well, they're called hitomezashi, and that is the type of Sashiko that is typical of the town where I lived in Japan. I didn't know anything about it before I went there, by the way. But I went back for this Millennium New Year. Suddenly, there was Sashiko everywhere. Everybody seemed to have like a Sashiko table runner on their coffee table or something like that. And I was fascinated by these small designs, because to me they look very much like black work as well. So I started asking about them. And then a friend of mine took me to a lunch party. And I bumped into the town mayor there, and I was explaining to him how I was so interested in it. He said, well, you know, my friend's wife teaches that, Chia Ikeda. So he put me in touch. Half an hour later, I was round at her house, and she was starting to teach me the basics of Sashiko. And it was incredible. I also found it a little bit daunting because the patterns seemed amazingly complicated, and I couldn't understand how some of them worked. And it wasn't until I saw a little piece that her Sashiko teacher had done, where she'd stitched the Asanoha pattern. That's the one that looks very starry. Oh gosh, there's a few versions of it knocking about on the quilt. You'll see it in a moment. And she'd stitched it in colour. And seeing it stitched in colour, I could suddenly understand where all the different lines of stitching went. And it totally made sense to me. So when I started doing Sashiko, well, first of all, my first Sashiko sampler, I felt like throwing it in the bin because I just could not get the tension right or anything. And, you know, I'd started on a really big piece of fabric. And then I realised later what I should have done is just a little piece to sort of, you know, warm up and get myself used to it and everything. So, yeah, when I started teaching Sashiko, I started putting a little bit of colour in. And we did it in my first Sashiko book as well, Ultimate Sashiko Source book. The samples for that had colours in them as well. But not as pretty, I think, as what I've done this time.
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. I hope you can see as well, and I hope the camera can get in close. I mean, there is that beautiful
white.
ombre rainbow sashing fabric, which is gorgeous, isn't it? And adds a whole new dimension.
Yeah.
But also the stitching of the Sashiko. Some of it is done in white, but a lot of it is done in a. I wouldn't call it a variegated. It's like almost like an ombre.
It's a rainbow. I'm actually working through 6 different threads, 6 different coloured threads, plus the white. And I thought it was a good way, you know, because everybody can remember the order of colour in the rainbow, I hope. And of course, in the last few years as well, you know, when we've had the whole business of the pandemic and lockdown and the NHS and, you know, the rainbow for the NHS and all this kind of thing. And I thought it was kind of appropriate, really, to use those kind of colours. And they look pretty. They look lovely.
They look really pretty.
Gorgeous.
And it actually introduced Sashiko perhaps to a new generation as well.
Yeah.
Because if you like the purity of the navy and the white.
Oh yeah, you could do the whole
absolutely.
thing very classically in the very, very dark blue and the white. I chose a slightly brighter blue this time round because when I did my first Sashiko book, when the pieces were photographed and I was stitching on the very, very dark blue, a lot of people look at it and they go, oh, it's black. No, it's not. It's not. It's really dark blue, dark blue. But sometimes it photographs a little bit darker. So for this time, it was a fabric actually from Olympus.
It's absolutely beautiful. That's Mount Fuji.
That is Mount Fuji, right? Splat in the middle. Yes, yeah.
I love all the stories behind the different designs as well. We'll hear more about that in a minute.
Most of them are geometrics, but there's a few pictorial as well.
What I do need to tell you at home is that more than a quarter of the stock has now sold. It's already gone, and we're 4 minutes into the show. Way more than that in baskets. So please make sure you check it. Actually, a third of the stock now has gone, Susan.
I think you can keep checking out your basket, can't you, and adding more things.
Yeah, you only pay one
but you only pay one price. So
yeah, the important thing right now is that you get your copy of your book. Susan, you could have a job as a presenter. Check out. Absolutely, I couldn't have said it better myself.
But I know what it's like, you know, when you're buying something online. Because, you know, I do it myself sometimes, and you think there's not that many of something, and I better check out what I've got. Otherwise, I won't get it. Mostly, actually, it's with hand-dyed yarn is my big weakness.
But so often you get stung for more postage if you do that, don't you? You end up paying more. Whereas here, one postage all day.
It's very good.
Now then, really would love, Susan, to just clear something up.
Okay.
Because, you know, I say tomato and you say tomato. I have heard so many different...
how you say Sashiko? You say...
Sashiko, Sashiko. How do you say it?
It's Sashiko. Sashiko. You almost lose the I in the middle. It's a Japanese dialect word. And the thing is, if you say Japanese words and you put the stress in the way that we do with English words, sometimes they come out with a completely different meaning anyway.
A lot of people want to say Sashiko, don't they?
Say Sashiko. Say
Sashiko.
Yeah,
just Sashiko.
Yeah. You have to be careful, you see, because you know, if you're trying to say something in Japanese and you elongate the vowel, you can end up asking for something completely different.
Oh yeah, I did that once when I was in the Philippines. I was desperate. I was in a jeepney going somewhere. I was desperate to ask it to stop. So I said to my friend, "How do you say it?" And he said the word that I should say, and I shouted down the jeepney to the driver this word.
Different.
Oh, it was an absolute swear word.
Oh no!
Apparently, the whole jeepney just turned around and looked at me, and then he burst out laughing.
With Japanese, it's not like that. But the one that always makes me laugh. No, the one that always makes me laugh is biru and biru. Because biru is a building, and biru is a beer.
Right.
So you've got to be careful.
I'd be more likely to ask for a biru.
Yeah, you probably would. You know, you're asking for directions to a building, and you find yourself asking for a beer instead. Yeah, it's quite funny.
No complaints here.
Yeah.
Just as long as I got the right answer, Susan, I wouldn't care.
Yeah, Sashiko.
And definitely not Sashiko.
No, there's no sh at the beginning.
No,
it's
definitely
in the middle.
not. Okay,
Yeah.
good. I'm so glad we've cleared that up.
It means little stab or little pierce, by the way.
I was going to ask.
Literally, little stab or little pierce, and it just refers to stitching action. And I will make sure that I'm showing you sort of how to stitch at some point during this show. Yeah.
Fab. A message from Christine who says, "Oh my goodness me, what an amazing quilt. My hand sewing isn't great. Could a beginner make something like this, Susan?"
Yes, because what I've done with the book, you see, I've been teaching Sashiko now, for quite a long time. And in 2013, Ruth Hyam, who was running the Loch Lomond Quilt Studio at the time, persuaded me that I ought to do a course. And that sort of set things rolling, really, with me doing these 8 or 10 session Sashiko courses. And I've taught them in various different places over the last few years. Well, over the last decade, really. And at one of the classes, I think it was when I was teaching a course in Edinburgh, and somebody said, "Oh, I wonder if you could really do a different stitch pattern for every day of the year." And I said, "Well, it's possible. You probably could if you put all the different variations in on the different patterns," which is what I have done. It's not just one version of a pattern. And of course, when I did my first book, the Ultimate Sashiko Source Book, which a lot of viewers will already have, we didn't have as much space to put all the patterns in because we put projects in. So I knew if it was ever going to be a book, it would just have to be lots of patterns.
Well, I was going to say, how many cocktails did you have to buy your publisher to get them to put that many pages and that many illustrations into one? Because I know as an author how the eye starts twitching on my editor when I mention extra.
Well, we realised we were going to have to go for 144 pages, otherwise we would not be able to squeeze it all in. So the way the book works, we've got 6 designs per spread in the book, and it starts out the way that I would start the courses. So it's almost like a course in a book. And it starts off with the easiest designs, and it works its way up to ones that are more difficult. So the best way to do it is to work through the book from the beginning.
Really? So they're in order of difficulty?
They are in order of difficulty, and also in order that, one pattern kind of grows out of another pattern, develops out of another pattern. So you need to, mark the basic version of it, and then you'll know what you're doing to mark the more complicated version of it.
Susan, I need to just do a few quick shout-outs.
Yes, do.
I've got some messages for you, but also I want to start by wishing Anna and Barry a very, very happy 45th wedding anniversary. They're celebrating today by watching us.
Oh, good.
Lots of love to you. Hope you're having a good morning. And they enjoyed my singing. Well, there's no accounting for taste, my love. Being diplomatic, I think, is the secret to a happy marriage. And never spending 7 consecutive days in the same house together. That's just me. Hillary's got in touch to say, "Morning, Susan. Love your work. Very excited about your new book."
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's lovely.
Steph's got in touch, to say, "Morning, Stuart and Susan. Love Sashiko. It's so beautiful in its apparent simplicity. I've never tried it, but it's on my to-do list. Love your Sashiko inspired shirt too. Have a lovely day." I think this is the absolute perfect book for anyone who has never tried Sashiko, who has already done some, for anyone who has done loads. There is no other book like this.
Whatever level you are, you can start with this book.
Yeah,
certainly. Because as I said, it was based on my beginners courses. And that's how it works. But what I've done, I've sort of given you little bite-sized chunks of Sashiko, really. Just a little bit to do each day. Okay, there are some designs in here where there's a bit more stitching. It might take you 2 evenings in front of the TV. There are other things where you might be able to sit and stitch them, 3 at a time or whatever. Because to be honest, the way I stitched this when I was doing the book, I didn't do like 1 square per day.
Oh, we're getting confessional now, folks.
Well, no, because sometimes I was doing, 3 or 4 or something like that. I would mark them up in little batches. Other times I didn't get anything done at all because shortly after I signed the contract for this book, which was back in March 2021, I ended up being diagnosed with a really weird autoimmune disease called relapsing polychondritis, which you've probably never heard of, which is just as well, really. And it meant that I was instantly put on lots of really heavy medication and things. So I wasn't very well for quite a bit of the time while I was working on the book. And obviously now I'm a lot better because all the medication I'm on's working and things like that. But it meant that I had some days when I just thought, I really can't stitch anything, or my hands feel so hot and sticky. That's taking steroids that does that, by the way, which is also the thing that makes you put on a lot of weight, as you probably realised. So there were some days I just didn't feel up to stitching, and then there were other days I thought I just want to stitch a little bit. And it was great because I just kept. Well, I'll show you now. I kept this little bag with some Sashiko squares in it. This is actually out of the book of Borrow, which we're going to have a look at in a moment. And I set this up as a work bag, and it's got all my bits of threads in it, and I would have my little squares, and I would just mark the squares up, several at a time. I've got some here. I'm going to do you a little teeny weeny demo in a moment, about marking them up. And so I just had them ready to go. So when I felt like I could do some, which was just great. And if I felt a little bit, I'd already got a few things ready to go, so that was okay as well.
I think that's a great message, Susan, actually. It's a great message because it's one of the things that I hear from a lot of quilters who say, for whatever reason, large projects are overwhelming. This is bite-sized chunks.
It is bite-sized chunks.
For learning as well as completing as well, if you want that sense of achievement. Now, you're going to start actually by showing us how to mark the fabric, how to prep it.
Yeah, just a little bit about the fabric. And what I tell you to do in the book is to get your fabric and cut it into strips, and then to edge those strips. Tell you what, I'll take that off there.
Can I just move you slightly?
You can move me slightly that side. Yes.
Perfect.
I've lined up now, Amy. Wonderful, wonderful,
awesome.
Wonderful. Right, so I've got a piece of fabric. This is the Olympus Sashiko fabric. It's got a bit of fluff on it there. I'll just pick that off. And I've
we're all the same, Susan, aren't we?
Anything that goes into a sewing room, you know what it's like. There's always a stray thread on it somewhere or other, isn't there? You can't help that.
Love it.
So first of all, I think faux locking is the word that I heard somebody use. I mean, if you've got an overlocker, you could use that, but my overlocker at the moment needs a serious service. So I did the edging. It was a stitch that my Bernina did, and you do a couple of stitches forward, a couple of stitches to the side, back again, or you could zigzag it. It's just so it doesn't fray while you're stitching, because the thing is, if fabric is good for Sashiko, you can nearly always bet it's going to fray, because you need fabric that's got a slightly lower thread count than what you'd use for patchwork and quilting, so you can get the thicker thread through it. And
Understood.
the bigger needle and everything.
And you called it Olympus fabric, is that right?
Olympus is the brand.
That's the brand.
They're the people who make my Sashiko panels, which we're going to be showing on my second show.
Of course, yes we are.
So their fabrics are absolutely fantastic, and this is one they make specially for Sashiko.
Perfect.
Now the thing was, I wanted to know which way was the right way up. So I used a fairly bright green colour actually to do the stitching at the top and the bottom. I've used like a sage green on the back. And then I've cut the squares and I've edged them again down the other side. I'm just going to snip one of those off. I'll snip a few of these off. Kind of chain piecing them almost really together. I find if you try and sort of go around a square to edge it, the corners end up bunched up.
Yeah, they do.
But if you do them just down the side, it's okay.
They get chewed up, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
So when you're cutting out your squares, do you cut them slightly bigger than finished, or do you...
They're 4.5 inches, the squares in this book. Yeah. Because when they put together in the quilt, they measure 4 inches.
So do you cut them at 4.5?
Cut them at 4.5.
Oh, okay, so you don't need to add extra for shrinkage or anything like that?
This fabric won't shrink, it's pre-shrunk.
No, like when you're actually stitching, it doesn't pull the fabric in?
It shouldn't do, because when you stitch Sashiko, when you have a sharp change of direction, or you're stitching the very dense patterns, the ones that look very much like black work, then with those you need to leave a little bit of a loop on the back. And all that actually is covered in the book, I should say. There's a whole section, like a getting started section in here, which shows you all the techniques, about all the materials. That's all in here. There you go, you can see on screen. Tools and materials, that's showing you.
Oh look, you've just done that.
Just doing the strip, and then just doing that little bit there.
Yeah.
And then you've got a whole section. We've done it with diagrams because when I did the book of Borrow, which we're going to look at in a moment, it was during lockdown and we couldn't actually do a lot of the photography that we'd normally do. But I realised doing that actually sometimes showing it as a diagram is better. It's actually clearer. I drew them all as diagrams, and then they were all redrawn by a wonderful graphic designer, and it shows you how to start and finish with a knot. And if I just turn over the page,
that's allowed. Knots are allowed.
Yeah, they are, and they're on the back.
Cool.
Actually, I'll give you a glimpse of the back of that in a moment.
Nice.
We'll turn it over so we can see the back of it too. But there are pictures here showing you, how much of a little loop to leave at the ends and changing direction. There's a wonderful little joining knot you can do called a hatamasubi. There's a little diagram of that there. And also, how to stitch it. You don't want to cross your stitches on the front for most of the patterns, although there are a few where you do. But for most of the time, you don't want to be crossing them on the front. And this business of a little turning loop here, and also just leaving a little bit of ease on the back. So that all that kind of information's in there.
Great.
Everything that you would need.
It will really guide you, and it's worth reading all of the introductory pages.
Do. Even if you've done Sashiko before, go through the Getting Started section thoroughly before you start. And there's also a section, about how to use the pattern directory and what all the different things are in the pattern directory.
Talking of that, I find it absolutely fascinating. I thought I knew what Sashiko was, but it's so interesting to see. It's like a dictionary, a total encyclopedia of Sashiko, because these ones in particular very much appeal to me.
They're the ones that look like blackwork.
Well, love those.
You see, they're all running stitch, but you look at some patterns. Can we just sort of go in on these ones here? There we go. These designs here. When most people see these, they're based on a pattern called Kakino Hanazashi, which is persimmon flower stitch. I'll give all the Japanese names, by the way, as well, but we also give an English translation because sometimes the Japanese is a bit of a mouthful. But when you look at these, people tend to assume these step patterns that they're done like blackwork, and you're kind of, you're doing back stitch or something, but you're not. It's two sets of running stitches, and it's where they sort of interlock, almost like, a woven pattern.
Yes.
And that's what gives you the design. So they're actually really easy to do, and the pattern appears as if by magic with those. They're absolutely wonderful.
Super clever.
But yes, it does appear like a bit of a dictionary, I suppose. But what I did when we laid it all out, I thought, well, there's different ways you could make a sampler out of this. Well, you could make lots of things out of it, actually. If you wanted with those blocks, you could make, a series of cushions, table runners, clothing even. You can make all sorts of things. I wanted to make a big quilt, and I wanted to make a big quilt that would work nicely on a bed. Although I have to admit I don't have a king-size bed, but this is probably going to end up being a king-size quilt. And I realised that some of the designs, of course, have a right way up. So there's clamshell ones there, which were just sort of appearing now on the detail shop. Those have got an obvious right way up. So I didn't want to put those out towards the left or the right-hand side of the quilt, because if it was then on the bed and hanging down the sides of the bed, they'd be on their side. So I put those sort of designs in the middle section. I was really thinking hard about what would be physically on top of a bed when it's a bed quilt, but also that it would look good, as a display thing. Now, yesterday, we stayed with a friend overnight, because I live in Scotland, and we stayed with a friend nearby, actually Katie from Japan Crafts. And I'm going to be doing a book signing at their new studio in Birmingham, actually, tomorrow. So we stayed with her, and her living room has got this huge wall that has nothing on it yet. And I looked at the wall and thought, actually, that would look pretty good on the wall. Not that I'm giving her it by the way.
No.
But,
we've already been there this morning, Susan, believe me.
If you were going to make it as a wall hanging, then you could arrange the blocks in a different way. You see, you could say, right, I'm going to do them in the order that I stitched them. So you could start, at the top right and work your way down, or top left and work your way across. You could do them in lots of different ways, but I arranged them like this because I thought I wanted to look good in a bed, as well as hanging up.
Divine. I love the layout.
Thank you.
Now, one of the things that intimidates a lot of people when they start Sashiko is how to mark patterns, which is why pre-printed Sashiko panels are so popular, and we do have those later, but you're going to show us how to actually mark.
I am. I'm going to show you one of the Shippo designs in the book. Gosh, I hope I've got... Oh yes, I've got the right size circles with me.
You.
Fine. Now, in the book, the thing is, when you do a book like this, it's going to sell internationally. And of course, in America, everybody likes to use inches.
Yes.
But here we are a bit sort of between inches and centimetres. And a lot of the designs worked very well, because they start with a grid. And a lot of them work very well on a 3/8 of an inch grid, which might sound a bit weird. So what I did for that, we put the grids actually in the back of the book.
Oh, cool.
So if you haven't got a cutting mat, a little cutting mat, we have the grids in the book. This one is the one for drawing the 3/8 inch grid, and I put thicker lines on the 3/8 inch line. And then if you go back over the page, this one is for 1/2 inch and 1/4 inch. So all of those grids are in there, and we give the metric equivalent and what have you. But to be honest, for the design I'm going to do right now, I find it just as easy to turn my cutting mat over and completely draw it as a metric design.
Okay.
So as a metric design, it's actually going to be over 8 inches. I am in the middle there. That's good. There we go. So I've just got an ordinary ruler. We actually borrowed this at somebody's desk here today because I forgot to pack mine, because we're going to take the lines off the mat.
Okay.
And this is only a real cheapy mat. This came out of Aldi.
Yeah.
but you're just going to draw.
But
the
the good
grid,
news is we
link up the lines
don't
and
need specialist equipment.
You
A
don't.
ruler, a mat.
You don't. Sashiko is incredibly low tech. It's not something that needs very expensive equipment at all, which is absolutely wonderful. Now, my favourite marking pen, which I used in the book, is this little beast here, which is the Clover White marking pen. And I absolutely love this. It's the one where you draw the line, and I'll demo it. I'll do it on a little bit here, actually. You draw the line, and I'll do it on the edge. There we go. Put it there. As you watch that line, it will gradually start to go white.
Yeah, they develop, don't they?
Yeah, they do. It's very gradual. But the thing that I've found, curiously, is that even when the line from this has developed, although I can see it very well, and you'd be able to see it very well if you're looking straight at it, when you see it on the TV, the line doesn't show up too good. I don't know why the camera just doesn't see it very well. So instead, I'm going to use the other marking thing that I like, which is a Soline marking pad, one of these little chalky things. I bet you've got these on.
Yeah, and that's like a propeller pencil,
yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
like
So
a
it stays nice
pencil.
and thin.
Yeah, it's nice and thin. So it just stays sharp all the way through. You're not having to sharpen it. So I'm just going to mark with that. And the grid I'm marking for this is actually a 4-inch grid. And I just centred my fabric up on the mat. So I've got a nice little gap that's equal all the way around on the edge. The reason I don't take the Sashiko right up to the edge when I'm going to sew something else to it is I find that it makes the edge of the fabric a bit bumpy. It's quite three-dimensional Sashiko. And if you've got those bumps at the side, then as the sewing machine foot runs along it, it tends to sort of like bounce off and get pushed off a little bit. So I've got my first 3 lines on like that. Now I've got a choice. I can either turn it round like that, or I could actually pick the piece of fabric up and turn it round again, which I will do because it's probably just as easy as anything. Turn that round like that. And the pattern I'm doing, as I said, it's called Shippo, which means 7 treasures. And it's actually like an interlocking circle sort of design. And there's lots of different variations on it, which are on the piece hanging behind me. By the way, we keep referring to a quilt, and I have to confess at the moment, that isn't quilted yet. That is only a quilt top. And I did think that I would get it quilted before we started showing it to people in the autumn and what have you. And then I thought, well, actually, no. First of all, I want to hand quilt it, which is going to take me a little while.
I was just about to ask you, how do you quilt something which is already stitched?
Well, I'm only going to quilt it in the ditch around the blocks.
Oh, okay.
I'm not actually going to do any stitching within it, because after all, within the block it's only 4 inches. And if you look at certain brands of quilting wadding, you can quilt. They say things like you can quilt up to 4 inches apart or 5 inches apart or whatever.
Some of them 10 or 8 or 10.
Exactly. And I didn't really want to sort of interfere with the other stitches. So this is what I've drawn so far. I don't know if we can have a little look at that. Yep, it's just squares at the minute, and I've got some circle templates here. I will get the appropriate one, which would be my 8 centimetre one. These are from Clover, by the way, but the thing with circle templates, you can always make your own. You can buy one of those circle cutter gadgets in places like the Works, or I don't know, the Range, or any of these sort of art shops or something, Hobbycraft. Sorry, probably not supposed to mention all these people, but you can go and buy them from any art shop. It's a circle cutter, and then you can start cutting your own circle templates, whatever size you want, out of scrap card. scrap packaging material. Christmas is coming up. There's bound to be loads of thin plastics and things that would go in the bin or they're in the recycling, and you make all your own sizes. So, that's just one little thing you can do. Anyway, one version of Shippo looks very much like a flower. So I've just lined up my circle template on the grid, and I'm just trying to draw around it without blocking the view too much for the camera. Oops.
Doing
like
great,
that.
thank you.
Am I? Oh, good. We can see it very well, can we? Good.
We certainly can.
I'm going to draw another one going that way, and this is going to interlock, and it'll end up looking like a little 4-petaled flower or 4 leaves or whatever. So I'll just do another bit there. But it really is quick to mark. These pencils, by the way, that the lines do wash out.
Yeah.
Same thing actually with the clover pen. They either wash out, but with the clover pen you can also iron them off. Mm-hmm. So if you make a mess of doing some marking, you can get rid of the marks quite easily and redo them. And of course, needless to say, I did occasionally mess up with something and I had to redo it.
Now I just need to give you a stock update at home, everybody.
How are we doing?
Now I know we've got less than 100 left.
Oh.
Which, right, okay. So we haven't even got 85 books left, okay. So it's going to sell out. We had hundreds and hundreds. Well done if you got yours. It's going to sell out this morning. So do check out your basket. How many have we got in baskets? I know you want to watch Susan's demos, but I don't want you to miss out. We've got far more in baskets than we've got physical books.
Oh, right. In that case, check out quick.
Yeah.
And,
you heard it. I didn't say it. Susan said it. Say it again, Susan.
I did. I said check out quick, didn't I? Yeah. Anyway, back to what's going on here.
Yeah.
If we can have another overhead shot, that's wonderful. Thanks. So that is, your Shippo design. You can also do a version of it where you start with the circle in the middle, and I'm just going to just point them all behind me in a moment. But you can do when you start in the circle in the centre, and then it looks different again. You can add diagonal lines to it. You can superimpose a smaller circle on top of it.
Oh, so we can add our own elements if we want to. You approve?
Well, there's lots of variations on it.
Yeah.
So I put them in the book.
Well, of course.
And these are traditional variations on it. Oh, thank you. You spotted it on there. Where are we? Let me see. They're probably dotted around all over the place on this. They're out at the outer edges. There's ones up there. You see? There's two. Have you got that? Yeah.
I've got
over
some
there.
here.
Point there. Yeah.
Is this Shippo?
That is a variation on it again. There's these variations here. See this row here? Should we just pan along that row? Oh, wonderful. Thanks. There we go. So that's when you're starting out by drawing the whole circle, and you're overlapping it, and you're creating these little leaf shapes, really.
So cute, and it looks lovely in the rainbow.
Yeah.
Susan, did you know this might actually destroy your world? I don't know. I hope it doesn't. But I found out this morning that a group of rainbows is called a disappointment. Did you know that?
No, I've never heard that.
Disappointment
a group
of rainbows.
of them. I think the most I've ever seen is 2.
Disappointing.
But there you go. Yeah, disappointing. Anyway, so that is one block ready to go, and then I could just mark up a few more, pop them in my work bag, and I've got them all ready. And in terms of the Sashiko thread, we'll have a look. I think we have some thread later on, don't we?
We do have some thread. I want to read you some messages, Susan.
Oh, go on, read me some messages then.
Had some lovely shout-outs for you.
Oh,
I love doing Sashiko. I find it very relaxing, says Louise, who's in Hertfordshire. And it's a very easy to pick up and put down again craft.
Yes, it is.
Oh, I suspect easy to pick up, quite difficult to put down.
It's addictive.
Very.
It is horribly addictive.
Because it's simple and repetitive. And mindful, isn't it?
It is. I don't really know a lot about mindfulness, but it certainly seems to tick all the boxes on that.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
It is relaxing. It's something lovely to just focus on and just do a little bit each day. And before you know what time it is, the whole thing's kind of growing. And now you're probably thinking, how did I actually organise 365 blocks? Well, I bought myself some folders, just A4 folders, and a whole load of these plastic pockets. I've got one on here. There we go. I bought a load of these things, which clipped in, because of course what I was trying to do at the same time was make sure that I was, grouping similar designs together. I was planning a book. I know you're not going to be doing that. You could just put them in a box and keep them all together. But I put them all in these, and that kept them all organised really, so I could just kind of dip in and out. And if I was going somewhere, I could pick up you know, whatever the relevant folder was, with ever so many that I'd stitched already. And then I could, you know, just keep adding to it.
Yeah.
It was convenient. It was a good way to store them. Plastic
Now,
pockets.
Susan, I don't want to be Johnny Raincloud about things, but I mean, 365 designs is lovely, and you know, sew one every day. Great idea, but what if it's a leap year, Susan? What if it's a leap year?
Well, I did do one extra little block.
You've
which
done
is
this,
one
haven't
here.
you? I knew it. I knew
And
it.
This is right at the end of the book, because at the very end of the book, I show you how to put it together as a sampler quilt. If you want to do it as a sampler
Do
quilt.
you? So we get how to. Fantastic.
Yes, you get all the instructions for that as well.
Fantastic.
They're all in here. Whoops, with some wonderful little diagrams. Don't forget an overhead shot of that, showing you how it all goes together, and a full page picture of the quilt top as well. So you've got all of that, but you know, you could make up a series of wall hangings or something else. We were talking last night actually about the idea of doing a series of wall hangings you could maybe hang on the stairs in different lengths, you know, 3 blocks wide, and go all the way up. So there's lots of different things that you could do. But yes, I did this little block here. And should I turn it around to face me? Yes, I should turn it. Then you can read what it says. Sashiko 365. And I could have just written it by hand, but
No.
you're going to laugh. I bought one of these little, you know, tins of
Love them.
what are they? A math set, because for some of the designs in the book, I needed a 60-degree angle, and I thought, well, I know I've got it on my quilting ruler, but you know, the cheap way to get it is to buy a little protractor or something like that. And when I saw this bright green set, I had to have it. And one of the things that came with it was this wee lettering stencil. So I used that.
Perfect.
Which I thought was kind of cute, really.
Perfect.
And I've just put, you know, the name of it, and when I made it, and where I made it, the village, and my name. So that will be going on the back. So that is your 366th block, technically.
So there you go.
You do get that.
Now,
yes,
listen, I've got to tell you at home, we've got less than 50 books left.
People have got to get moving.
And we've got over 70 in baskets, okay? Now, I'm not a maths genius.
No.
Even with Susan's fabulous mathematics tin, I can work out that at least 20 people are going to be disappointed. I don't want that to happen. And of course, that doesn't account for those of you who are on the phone lines right now ordering Susan Briscoe's brand new book launching today on Sewing Street. It's called Sashiko 365 Sashiko patterns that you can stitch one pattern every day for an entire year, or spend the next 5 years doing, you know, some every now and then.
You can just do them whenever you like, really.
Do what you like with it, can't you?
It just gives a lovely sense of progression, and it's fun, and just seeing all the different pieces building up. And of course, you know, you can stitch them in whatever colour scheme you like. I mean, one of my customers, she's doing it on a sort of a beigey coloured fabric, and she's using, well, actually, this yellowy coloured thread, which I think we've got some of this for sale the next time I'm on in a couple of hours' time, which is one of the Olympus threads, and it's a lovely sort of yellow ochre colour. She's using that, she's using grey, she's using cream. So she's doing completely different colour palette to what I use. Yeah. And that's absolutely fine. You can make it, you know, whatever colour you like to go with your interior.
For sure. You really can, can't you? And like we said earlier on, whether you're traditional, contemporary, or somewhere in the middle, it works. Julie's got in touch from Hampshire to say, Susan, you made that look so easy. My Sashiko is my on-the-go project. Love it. Discovered when I had to do hotel quarantining during COVID.
I must admit, it's actually the perfect thing to take if you're going to be in hospital.
Very portable.
It is portable, and I have stitch bits sitting in hospital waiting rooms and things like that. Yeah, the thing I would have to say, if you're hooked up to an IV line, though, it's very, very difficult to actually stitch. So forget about doing it then. Just read your book instead.
Most inconvenient, isn't it?
It is inconvenient. Yes.
I'd have to complain. Now, of course, don't worry, everyone. I know that you want to see how to do the stitching on Sashiko, but we're deliberately holding back on that because Susan's doing a full masterclass at 11 o'clock on Sashiko stitching, so stick around. But we do want to have a look at Susan's other book. I need this.
The Book of Borrow.
I've already got this. Thank you, Susan. But I also need this, the Book of Borrow. Now, this is often mistaken for Sashiko. I've seen articles, you know, in newspapers about, Sashiko's back, and it's actually borrow.
People are sort of jumbling it all up a little
Sewing
bit at
bee?
the moment.
They did that, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Don't get me going.
Oh, painful.
Yes. Yes, people do sort of confuse the two a little bit. The thing that the term borrow as well, it does sort of bother some people a little bit, because in Japanese it means junk, rubbish, you know, garbage. It doesn't specifically mean anything textile-y. But in the last 20 years or so, it's kind of become very attached to pieces of Japanese textiles which have been patched, worn, you know, have got a lot of evidence of wear and use and the patina of time, if you like, on them. And so it's become very, very attached to that. And the kanji characters it's written with can also be read as ranru, which means tattered cloth. So it's a bit of a strange thing. And also people in Japan, older people in particular, have sometimes a not very happy relationship with borrow, because they can remember, you know, during the war years when there was no new clothing and things, having to wear things that are heavily patched. You know, or as children, the shame of wearing something patched.
Yes.
So it's got this sort of, people have this kind of love-hate relationship with it. On one hand, it's kind of very nostalgic, and on the other hand, some people it kind of really bothers them a bit.
It's like my mum with brown furniture. She won't have it in the house.
Yeah.
It reminds her of poverty
and,
you know, second-hand furniture.
Exactly, that kind of, you know, hand-me-downs and things. But for other people, it's sort of taken on a different meaning. And there's a borrow and textile specialist in Japan called Morita, and he has a wonderful gallery actually in Tokyo. I'm hoping he hasn't retired actually, because, you know, obviously I haven't been there for a few years. But he wrote about it, and he sort of came with this theory that one of the reasons why people have kind of reevaluated the old borrow is because of people wearing patched jeans as a fashion thing. Yeah. Which of course started in the 70s, and of course it's big now, you know, this whole thing of worn and torn denim, and he thinks that's given people like a different view of it. And of course the other thing, people now are looking at old pieces of borrow, big old pieces of borrow cloth, which are very often things like old futon covers, you know, the Japanese mattress covers, and they're looking at the back of them with all these wonderful squares and bits of fabric and all this rough stitching, and seeing them kind of as abstract art. So there's lots of different things like that going on. And actually I cover this quite a big history section in that book, where I looked at where borrow came from, the people who made it, and this whole thing of the borrow kind of revival as well. So I tend to say, you know, I called it the Book of Borrow because in it pieces are inspired by old pieces of borrow that I've collected. And that all started out when I was working in Japan, and the local antiques dealer heard that I was learning to sew kimono and I was interested in patchwork, and he gave me a big bag of, this is just junk, you know, you can cut it up and make something. When I opened it up, there was these old patched work jackets and things in it. I thought,
wow.
I can't destroy these, they're beautiful. And they were the first pieces of borrow that I had. And then over the years I've acquired a bit more. It's gone ridiculously expensive now. And of course the thing is, you know, you can make your own version of it. So I tend to say that, you know, the projects in the book, I would say they're borrow inspired. Because something like this little bag that I've got here, you know, this is, it's made, it's all patched, it's sewn onto a foundation fabric. I actually made this out of a mixture of old Japanese fabric and old bits that I had as well. Now, a friend of mine in Japan says you can't make borrow because the thing that creates borrow is like the patina of time, it's the wear and tear. What you can do is you can make something and then it becomes borrow. And I thought that is just the most brilliant way to describe it, really.
Yes, it's rather beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is probably on its way to becoming borrow. It's been washed a few times, it's gone a little bit raggedy, but as it wears through and you start to see the different layers of the fabric showing through, that's the thing that will really make it borrow. Now, in the book, one of the things I did in that as a project is a placemat, and I actually did artificially distress it, and I do give some tips on how to do that, but really it's far better to do it kind of naturally.
Yes.
And a lot of the old Japanese fabrics too, they look very much like, you know, the kind of check shirt fabrics and things like that that we have, or stripes or something like that. So it's possible to make something out of non-Japanese fabrics, and it really looks the business.
Yeah, you don't have to use Japanese fabrics, do you?
Yeah. Oh,
I mean, I just want to show you this messenger bag is gorgeous.
It's made out of the hip section of an old pair of jeans, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
It's just
My husband used to
gorgeous.
wear them, a pair of his, and I don't know how he ever got into them because they were tiny.
Glenn.
I
Did
know.
you steal his jeans?
No, he donated them. There was
Oh, he
no way
did?
he was ever going to get back into those jeans. They were minute, and the knees.
Did you have to have a conversation?
No. And the knees were all ripped as well. So we used the leg section to make a little slipcase for a mini iPad. That's in there as well because there's a big project and a little project each time.
Yeah. It's really brilliant. I love it.
He actually did the stitching on that because again, you see that book, I'd started it just before the first lockdown.
Right.
So things were kind of a little bit different because I thought, I'll be able to get some of my Sashiko students to help me with the stitching. And of course what happened was we couldn't meet, we couldn't do anything. And I thought it's going to be too difficult to try and do this long distance. So we ended up doing all the stitching myself. And at one point I managed to give myself a bit of a repetitive strain injury because I was stitching mad, absolutely like mad.
That placement's so beautiful.
He did that. That's the placement with the little bit of sort of distressing on the fabric.
And it's that wonderful sort of, it's very contemporary looking.
It is, it is.
And I say this occasionally, Susan, because I know there are people out there that don't like quilts. Sometimes children, grandchildren who don't like grand's quilts or don't like mum's quilts and don't want one for their house. And I honestly think that Boro and Sashiko have got such a smart contemporary look. I defy anybody to not look and say, actually, that is really beautiful.
Yeah. And the Boro as well, you can make something which is very... it's really hard to sort of describe it in words. It's sort of tactile and wonderful, but it's something that would appeal to somebody who likes ripped jeans.
It's hip, Susan. It's hip. I don't think any young person actually says hip, but I'll say it. It's hip. It's hip.
Yeah, it has a lovely sort of effect to it, and
beautiful.
And another thing about it is you really don't have to think too much when you're doing Boro, because there's no real marking. You're just sort of stitching all kind of wacky directions. It's the complete antithesis to Sashiko, where you've got a geometric pattern which is all measured out and all drawn out, and you're following the pattern. But of course, with with Boro, you're just stitching wherever you feel like it. And
it reminds me a little of that canther, Indian canther, has that sort of lots and lots of lines, and again it's all that texture and.
Again, it sort of has a little bit of overlap with that, and of course now people are doing things where they're combining, the look of Boro with embroidery stitches and sort of modern art pieces and things like that. So they're taking it in a different direction. So there's a lot of Boro-inspired work going on. Oh, and one of the projects in the book, by the way, is the jacket on the front cover.
I know.
Which
is it a hand-ten?
It's a hand-ten jacket, and I've resized it to fit a modern Western person, because the old ones I have are very small. It's a lovely jacket. You should remake it. It would fit you. It would fit you absolutely fine.
I'm going to do it.
It's made to fit somebody who's, anybody from like my height, which is about 5'2" to about 5'10", 6 foot kind of height.
I might be a little bit tall for it then.
No, I don't think you would be. I think you'd be absolutely fine. Actually, that jacket should be hanging up by now over in Chipping Norton Town Hall, because we've got a World Textile Day going on there, and I didn't realise we were going to be bringing this book on the show, so I let Glyn take all of the Boro pieces to display over there.
That's okay.
You can see them in the book.
Was it Chipping Norton?
Yeah, Chipping Norton Town Hall.
Here we come.
It's from 10 till 4 today.
Now, a few messages I want to read out. Marie's got in touch. Say, morning, Stuart. Just woken up. Sorry.
Had a nice lie-in.
Marie, we love you. I can't lie in, but I admire anyone who can.
Well, she can always catch up on YouTube as well.
Exactly. Fiona has got a Beyonce-style question. She says, what is the fabric edging the Sashiko quilt?
Oh, that one. It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? It's a Japanese fabric, and it comes from a company in a place called Hamamatsu, which is between Osaka and Tokyo on the railway line there, and that kind of stripe is traditional in that area. Now, I am trying to get hold of some of it to sell. I did used to retail quite a lot of it. But the thing is, we haven't been back to Japan since the start of the pandemic. Because Japan has only just reopened to foreign independent tourists. So we haven't been able to go back. But I've been chatting to the guy who runs the company about that, and I am going to make sure I get hold of some. It's actually a narrow width fabric. It's about 14.5 inches wide. And to get the pieces wide enough for the border, I could only get 2 repeat sections out of each length. So I've got these lovely sort of 3-inch wide strips. I've got 4 of those left at home, which I'm going to use to edge something else that I'll probably do with the rainbow threads as well. But yes, that's where that one came from. And the fabric that was used for the sashing, people want to know about the rainbow effect sashing. That was a Lewis and Irene fabric from their Over the Rainbow collection.
Yes, we did it.
And I think it's still available, and it's a digital print, so they're possibly going to reprint it. I don't know. And it gives this wonderful effect. But you could get the same effect with a series of fat quarters, just sort of going through the different colours. So it doesn't have to be a rainbow fabric. It's 1-inch wide strips. So when they're sewn together, it's 1/2 inch on the front. So you're not actually adding any extra to the size of your blocks, if you like. Because if you started putting a wider sashing on, you'd end up with a super king size quilt.
Yeah.
You'd end up with something absolutely enormous.
Yeah. And they'd overwhelm, wouldn't they?
It probably would. I think if it was much wider than that, would sort of overwhelm the blocks a little bit.
Now then, we'll just give you the details of the book one last time for the 7 books that remain.
Oh no! Quick.
Very, very well done if you've got yours. There's nearly 100 in baskets. I'm sorry to all of you who won't get your copy today, but 7 of you still can. You might not actually have put Susan Briscoe's brand new book, Sashiko 365, into your shopping basket yet. You can still get one of the 7 that are remaining. If you check out before the other 100 people, then you will get it. And they all have a signed book plate in the front. You've just got to believe. You've just got to believe. I have faith sometimes. I've got a pair of 32-inch waist jeans at home, Susan, and I have faith that one day they will fit me. Glenn felt like that, but apparently not.
Now Emma's got much smaller.
Emma's got in touch to say, hi team, lovely to catch Susan. First time I've seen her. It's 2 years since you've been here, isn't it?
It is 2 years since I've been on the show. And actually, tomorrow, because you can almost say it's like my comeback or something, you know, because now I've got the relapsing polychondritis pretty well under control. I'm able to do quite a lot more things. Thanks to the lovely staff at Ninewell Hospital. I've got to give them a little shout out. Ninewell's at Dundee, who've been absolutely fantastic, and also at my GP surgery, and also some of the staff down at Perth Royal, who've been wonderful, really, really lovely people.
Book sold out.
Oh,
Book sold out.
Has it? Well,
Emma's message, I want to read out this message, who says, hi team, lovely to catch Susan, first time I've ever seen her. These look fantastic. I was an English teacher in Japan, but never had the opportunity to learn. Really regret not,
It was just a pure
really regret
chance for me.
not learning it there, but how fab to learn from somebody who learned from the home of sashimi.
Well, I think it's predictive text on her phone that's done that. What happens is when you put the word Sashiko on your phone, it tries to turn it into sashimi.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. Actually, yes,
it does.
Below it says Sashiko. Thank you very much. Sharon's got in touch to say, Susan, where can we get the fabric and what is the name of the shade you used? I'm thinking the blue background.
The fabric, I've actually got it on my website.
Okay.
And there's also a darker blue version of it, and I'm trying to remember which way around it is. One of them is 108, one of them is 107, and it's Sashiko fabric 4500 by Olympus. I think you can also get it from Japan Crafts as well. Can I give a little plug for that, because tomorrow I'm doing a live book signing at their studio in Birmingham.
Hurrah, you've done it.
You can look at the details on the website.
Becky Alexander Frost is watching, who says morning Stuart and Susan plus the team.
Hi.
And Fiona says, where is Susan tomorrow? I missed the info.
Oh yeah, that's it. It's Japan Crafts. Katie has opened a new studio in Birmingham. I'm sorry I haven't got the address of it. You'll have to look it up on their website, which is japancrafts.co.uk. And I'm going to be there. I'm going to do a book signing there. And she's got various fabrics and threads and things. And so that's where I'm going to be tomorrow, and it's going to be 12 till 4 tomorrow.
Fab.
This afternoon, I'm going to be over at Chipping Norton for the World Textile Day. One of my lovely customers, Heather, is going to give me a lift from here. Otherwise, I'd be a bit stuck. Because my husband's got the van. And he'll be valiantly manning the stand until I turn up at about 1:30.
But more importantly than that at the moment, of course, is that you're staying with us.
I am.
And that you're doing another show at 11 o'clock when we have got
I'm gonna look at the panels.
loads of different Sashiko panels. So if you want to just jump straight in and get straight to the stitching, stick around because we've got... Now, I also want to give a shout out to those fabulous striped fabrics. Now, I know we haven't got the fabric that Susan used for the border,
those are
but
lovely.
you could use these.
Yeah, they're also by Olympus, actually, those. And they're really stunning fabrics.
And we have those by
them.
the half metre. They're $9.99 per half metre. I want them for a artist smock top.
If people order more than a half metre, will it come as one piece, or is it?
No, it's all cut to order from us.
Well,
So if you want to buy 1.5 metres, you can order 3 units from us, and you will get that in one piece.
If you're going to use it for the border of the quilt, you would need to get 2.5 metres.
Yeah, we can do that.
And you'd actually have quite a big chunk left over as well. So you could either use that for backing, or you could use it for something else. I must admit, I absolutely adore those stripes, because one of my favourite things to do with Sashiko is to just do a little square, about 9 inches square or so, border it with the stripe, and turn it into a cushion.
Gorgeous.
And it's really quick and easy to do. And the panels that we've got, of course, coming up at 11 o'clock, they're absolutely perfect for that. That's one of the things I sort of designed them for. I should have put some of those panels in. Well, I have got some panels that I've been stitching. I should have put in some that I've actually edged as cushion covers. But the thing is, because I haven't really been doing shows for so long, it was a mad scramble this week to find everything that I needed for the show.
I know, when you haven't done something for a while.
I know, and I thought it was all in one box, and it wasn't, and they were all over my workroom. But we've put things together for you.
Well, it's been wonderful to have you back, Susan, for that first hour, and what an amazing launch. Now, I should also tell you that half the stock of the Book of Borrow has now been checked out. So if you'd like your very own Book of Borrow, you will need to be quick. It's $14.99. You've got the history of Borrow, you've got all the techniques of Borrow, and also some amazing patterns, including that hand-10 jacket. There are bags, there is placemat, there are, I think there's a cushion in here as well, isn't there? There's absolutely
there's all sorts in there, lots and lots of different projects. And the thing is, you can take the ideas and the projects and do your own thing, and it explains each of the antique pieces that inspired each item.
Fab.
Yeah, so you get all of that in it as well.
Right, we are going to go to a break now. We'll send Susan back off to her Winnebago for a rub down and a French fancy. Enjoy that, Susan. I know I did earlier when I had mine. All right, we'll go to a little break. And when we come back, it's all about tools, so don't go anywhere.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hey friends, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's miserable outside. It is wet. It is wool. Inside, it is absolutely gorgeous. So let's just stay together, shall we? Now, talking of gorgeous, I've got the Elna 570A right here with me. What a cracking deal I've got for you with this. It's £649. £649, brilliant machine, got all the basics that you would need from a great machine. Brilliant if this is, you know, a bit of an upgrade for you. You've had a go at doing some sewing, you want to upgrade, you want something that's got a bit more capacity, a bit more versatility, a bit more oomph as well, good word. 649. Let me show you what you get with this. Absolutely brilliant. You've got a sewing space of 170 mil, so you've got a nice deep throat space there, and you could absolutely use this for quilting. You've got an LCD screen, you've got built-in needle threader, automatic needle threader, again for £649. You've got your built-in light, thread tension control, you've got your easy bobbin threader, and it's got a built-in thread cutter as well, so super easy to wind a bobbin and install as well. It's a top loading bobbin, which is great. You've got extra high presser foot position, you've got storage, you've got your spool pin, of course, you've got start stop button. You can use this sewing machine with or without a foot pedal. You get a foot pedal, but you don't have to use it. You've got automatic needle up, needle down. You've got an automatic thread cutter. I mean, absolutely fantastic thing to include on a machine that's £649. You can also add in memory as well on this machine. Oh, sorry about that. You've got loads of stitches. I'm just going to turn this around for a second. Oh, let me just turn this to one side. I just want to show you here at the side. This is a bit clever. You've got your stitch reference guides here in the side, yeah? So they just pull out. Check out all these stitches. Loads of different decorative and embroidery stitches, satin stitches there, some heirloom, blanket stitch for you doing your applique. You've also got there on the first card all of your utility stitches, so things like straight stitch, centre needle position, positioned to the left. You've got your triple stitch, which is brilliant for top stitching, but also great for sewing stretch fabrics where you don't want a zigzag or a lightning stitch. You've got your lightning stitch, of course, for sewing stretch fabrics. You've got overlocking or over edge stitching function there. You've got blind hemming. You've got loads of different buttonholes. Look at all the buttonholes that you get included. Again, this is not a basic machine. This is a really, really broad spectrum machine. That's your first lot of stitches. You've got 3 more of these, absolutely full of stitches, and what a brilliant guide there on your machine. You're never going to lose that, are you? Now this machine, absolutely fantastic, £649 is an amazing price. I paid more for a second-hand computerised brother sewing machine 25 years ago. Paid £700. But anyway, the relative price has really come down compared with other things. But let me tell you something else. This is really important, really important. You are getting £75 worth of extra value added into this machine in the form of 2 very useful essential feet. You're getting included for nothing your walking foot, and it is a proper Janome, it's not a generic, it's a proper Janome who make Elna machines. Walking foot, so you're getting that. It's about 50 quid that. It's about £50 for a Janome walking foot. You get that included for free. You're also getting a free motion or darning foot or hopping foot. So we've got quilters, you completely covered here. 1/4 inch stitch, fine. Walking foot, got it. Darning foot for free motion quilting. Oh, yes, you can drop your feed dogs as well, of course. Now you can only get this deal with the £75 worth of walking foot and darning foot included until the 31st of October, which is Monday. So basically you have got this weekend and then no more. By midnight on Monday, when the very last ghoul and witch has retreated back into the ether, so will that deal. The walking foot and the darning foot will no longer come free with your Janome 570A. It's a fantastic deal actually. It's £649. You can get 3 split pays, £216.33. You don't pay any extra for taking those split pays, so you might as well have them. There's no credit checks, there's no extra interest to pay. You literally pay £216.33. You'll also pay £3.95 postage if you haven't bought anything else with us today. If you already bought like our early bird or Susan Briscoe's fabulous book, you've already paid your P&P. We'll send you a sewing machine for the same P&P as a fat quarter. Crazy, huh? So there you go. Now then, another absolute smasher of a deal. I'm just going to move my cup of tea. I'm starting to feel a little bit dry earlier, is your Elna 680 Plus. Now, I've said this many times, I've got the Elna 680 at home. It's the machine I use at home. I sewed Bags for Life completely with the Elna 680. This is the 680 Plus. You've got a couple of extra little fine tunings on this, but I mean, what a workhorse. And I say that from personal experience. It is an absolute workhorse. It has never let me down. I've been using my Elna 680 for about 5-6 years now, and it is brilliant. I haven't managed to break the needle threader or the pedal. Okay, I have also very expensive sewing machine, a different brand, we don't sell them, that I've managed. The foot pedal has broken 4 times in its lifetime of about 8 years. It's never ever happened with my Elna, and I absolutely flog it. I really do use it hard. It's a fabulous machine. It's £1,249. Now, I'll be honest with you, when I got mine, it was £1,100 then, and that was about 8 years ago. This is the 680 Plus, a couple of little refinements, but I mean, and I tell you what, the foot package that you get with the 680 Plus is phenomenal. You get your walking foot included. You get your regular free motion foot, but your darning foot, right? But you also get a convertible free motion foot. Now, what that is it's essentially the shank of a darning foot, but then you get 3 interchangeable feet that snap onto it. You've got a little closed hoop, you've got an open hoop, open-toed foot, and you've also got what I call a big foot, and that is, it's about the size of a 2p piece. It's clear plastic and it has like a red bullseye on it. And I use that almost exclusively for free motion quilting on a sewing machine, because what it does, very similar to my long arm quilting machine, has a similar foot on it. It holds a much larger area of your quilt flat while you're quilting. I mean, it's not massive, of course, but it is more than the area you're working on. So it keeps everything flat and even while you are stitching around. It just creates a much better, flatter free motion quilt. And also, when you're quilting right up to the border, and you know, to successfully go over a border, you will almost certainly, especially if you're free motion quilting, you'll go off the edge and back onto it. Say if you're doing an all over stipple, you're not going to stipple just to the edge. The best technique is to stipple over the edge onto your spare batting. If you try doing that with a regular hopping foot or darning foot, as you come back to go onto your quilt, your hopping foot will go under the edge of your quilt and create a fold, or worse. With your big foot that you've got included with your 680, it will glide over the top. Okay, I'm not saying you can't flip the edge. If you really go for it, you might, but I've never done it. So it's just brilliant. Let me show you the slide actually that's got all the extras that you get. So, oh my goodness, where are my reading glasses? You get your standard foot, you get a rolled hem foot, zipper foot, satin stitch, open-toed satin stitch. That's great for any kind of embroidery. But also it's really good for foundation paper piecing. You get a really clear view of the line that you're stitching. You get a blind hem foot, overlocking foot, 1/4 inch seam foot, 1/4 inch patchwork foot, yeah. You get your standard darning foot, but you also get your convertible free motion foot that I talked about. You get your quilting kit, and that includes your closed toe foot, your open toe foot, and your clear view. I call it a big foot, they call it a clear view. Brilliant. Even feed foot, that's your walking foot. You get that included as standard for £1,249. You get a button sewing foot, a buttonhole foot, circular pivot pin for sewing or quilting circles or puddle quilting, quilting bar guide. You get your straight stitch needle plate, your 5 bobbins. You get a 10 unit easy bobbin. Not quite sure what that is. Seam ripper, needle set, lint brush, spool holders. You get additional spool pins. So if you're going to do twin needle work, you need that additional spool pin, etc., etc. One of the things I couldn't do without on a sewing machine is a knee lift. So the knee lift, which I don't have here, but essentially is a metal bar, okay, that fits into this little hole here at the front. All right, and that bar, okay, comes out from your machine, just like this, comes out from the machine, and then the longest bit, which is about this long, goes under the table and has a pad on the side. And basically, you put your knee against that pad, and then you can push that bar away from you. And as you push that bar away from you, it lifts and then lowers the presser foot. So you no longer have to start reaching around to lift and lower the presser foot. This is an absolute boon. I'll tell you two ways when I use it all the time. One is machine applique. If you're going around a petal, a flower, a circle, well, anything really, you are going to be lifting and lowering your presser foot umpteen times to get a really smooth applique stitch. That is a bit of a chew if you're having to stop, take your hand off your work, reach around and lift and lower the presser foot with your hand. If you've got a knee lift, it is so smooth and easy. Your results are better. The second time I use it all the time is free motion quilting, because I'm going to use, thank you so much, Kat, I'm going to lift and lower my presser foot many, many times. Even though with a darning foot you can stitch in all directions, there is still a benefit to lifting and lowering your presser foot. And in particular, that is if you ever feel like you're getting any movement in your quilt top, in your fabric on the top, stop with your needle in the down position, lift your presser foot, smooth the fabric out, lower your presser foot and continue stitching. You can do that anytime you like. You will get a flatter, smoother finish. Now here is that knee lift. Okay, so this bit plugs into the machine, it sits under the table, excuse me, and then your knee goes against here and you push against that, and that automatically lifts and lowers the presser foot. It's absolutely magic. I couldn't do without that. You get it included. Now you're also getting loads of free goodies with your Elna 680 Plus, but again, only until midnight on Monday. And when I say lots of extras, you're getting actually £157 worth. Let me tell you, this could be a lovely extra Christmas present to yourself, or you could actually give this to other people. You get a Gutermann thread set, which also has a stitch counter, and also you've got all your threads there. You've got a seam ripper, fab, and like a little rubber for taking out the bits of thread when you've taken out a seam, which is great. You get a cute little tin from Ruby Star Society, very cute, love that. Yeah. You get some red fabric. What do you get there? Is it like 2 meters of red fabric? Nice. You get 2 meters of cream. I'll take that. You get a Janome 6x24 acrylic patchwork ruler. Amazing value. There's so much here. the Trapunto Birdhouse quilt pattern from, I know, from Delphine Brooks. You get that included. You also get Seagulls by Helen Norton. You get that free pattern as well. You get a full quilt kit from, from Village Fabrics called Festive Home. So you get your pattern, you get all of your fabrics, you even get your batting in there. I know. And then a Janome self-healing cutting mat as well. And that's double-sided, metric on one side, imperial on the other. Absolutely brilliant. So those are all your freebies, £157 worth. It's phenomenal. But like I say, that deal ends on the 31st of October. All right, great. I'm going to move that machine over. Let's do some rulers. Oh, that's a lovely message from Fiona. This is why we love you, Stuart. You pass on valuable hints and tips from your expansive knowledge. It's because I'm so old, Fiona. Done it for a long time. But thank you. That's a really lovely message. Thank you. Makes my morning. Now then, let's do some rulers. Let's start with twist and stitch. Let's do it. I've got all my favourites down here. Excuse me one sec. Oh, I'm back. Right, twist and stitch. Right, now, look, before I show you this ruler, I want to show you what you can do with the ruler, okay? So let's just start by showing you a bit of inspiration. I've got a couple of quilts here to show you what you can do with the twist and stitch ruler. It's one of those really clever blocks that you really wouldn't want to do any other way. With the ruler, it just makes it so easy. We'll show you, let's just show you these quilts. So this magnificent, look at that for an autumn wreath. That is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. You can see there's that little twisted pinwheels. That's what this ruler does. You actually just have to sew squares together. You sew squares together and then you use this ruler to recut them. It's a very simple process. And then look at that one. So that's using it as an all-over design. So you could literally grab your scraps, cut squares, sew them all together, and then recut and repiece and make that. It looks so much more than a quilt made out of squares. Oh, I've got to read this message from Sue. Sue, I'm sending you a hug. I feel for you. Said with love, but I can't tell you how put out I am that I didn't get these lovely freebies with my machine. Sue's talking about the Elna 680. I know. I do love the 680 Plus though. It makes sewing a joy. That's the biggest gift though, isn't it? I mean, freebies are lovely. They are lovely. But the greatest gift I get from my 680 is the sewing that I do with it every day. And I know you have as well, Sue. So I'm glad you're loving it. All right, twist and stitch. So those quilts, absolutely amazing. Now this is the ruler that you will need. And this is from June Taylor, okay? A name we know and trust. She makes fabulous, innovative products. And what you've got here is the twist and stitch ruler. So really simple and straightforward actually. You can use it to make blocks from 3 inches to 10 inches in size. And it uses the same sort of technology, if you like, or system as the Shape Cut Plus and also the Stripology. So you've got these grooves, you've got these cut lines in, I'm going to open this up so you can actually sort of see properly. Oh, I'm saying that. I'm like Millie trying to open a packet of cat food. Look at me. Meow, meow. Oh, she's developed a really awful like screech recently. I don't know where she's learnt it from. Probably some American soap opera. I'll blame television. I don't know. Oh. Anyway, let me just peel that off. Of course, you can watch a video as well of how to do all of this. Oh, that's a hefty bit of glue. There we go. I'm in. Right. So it's got these little cut lines. So what you're going to do is you're going to sew together squares of fabric. So you can see here, I don't know if you can see here, but just sewn together fabrics into a 4-patch. Okay, this would be just to make one unit, but actually if you're making something like this layout, you would actually sew together lots of squares. There are lots of free patterns on the internet for this. When you've pieced them all together, then you go in with your twist and stitch pinwheel block ruler and you recut. So you don't have to make individual units like this and then sew them together. Okay, but this is just showing you how to do one. You lay that on top of your 4-patch and you line this drawn line up with your piecing lines, okay, with your seam lines. And what that does then is that puts the cut lines, and this is for the different sizes of block that you can make, it puts those cut lines exactly where they need to be over your pieced block. So then what you will do is rotary cutter then goes into the groove and you will cut, reline up. Okay, you're best off with a rotating cutting mat. I don't know how many times I've said this, but every single quilter needs a rotating cutting mat. It makes life so much easier. And then you will cut your final 2 edges. And that creates your pinwheels. If I just show you again on here, what that does then is it takes your 4-patch down into what is essentially 4 of these sort of almost like windmill sails that have already been stitched together. Now of course you could use a template and cut out those shapes, but how laborious would that be? I wouldn't do it. You've already got your unit. If you sew all your squares together, you'll end up with lots of these units. You just cut them out and then place them really carefully back sort of where they came from, if you like, and then you sew them back together again. You even do the border. The whole thing is done in one. Okay, I'm going to leave that there. I've got a message. Morning, Stuart. I have the 570 machine and considering the 680, can you please tell me how much bigger the throat space is on the 680? I'm sure we can get that technical information for you, but what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go behind the quilt. Oh, no, actually, the tape measure isn't there. I've put the tape measure down somewhere and now I don't know where it is. Ah, thank you. Great. Oh, there it is. Let me see. So on the 680 plus, you have got, it's about 8 inches. It's about 8 inches of throat space from the needle to the inner wall, about 8 inches of throat space. On your 570 plus, I'm just going to go and measure that. You've got about 5 3/4 inches. So you've got quite a considerable extra amount of space in your throat space. Technical details now, sewing space on the 680 plus. Okay, 120 by 210. I see that doesn't mean a lot to me. I don't really understand that. But if I say that it's 8 inches, that's better. What I think about is this. When you're quilting a quilt, you've got to be able to get to the centre. Okay, so don't think of it as a 90-inch square quilt, which is pretty big, isn't it? You've got to think of it as 45 inches because that will get you to the centre. And then working the other side, you've just got to get from the outside to the centre. Then you can roll or you can crumple. I do what I call fluff and stuff. Okay, when I'm quilting a quilt, I fluff and I stuff. So what I do is I bunch it all up together. I don't roll because I find that quite cumbersome. It's a big old sausage then that I'm trying to move around. I just crumple it up and I fluff it and I stuff it in. I quilt the quilt and then I fluff and I move around as much as I need to. And that works for me. If you're thinking about taking the leap, I say go for it. Give it a whirl. Give it a whirl. All right, now then, Stripology XL. I've gone from double XL to sometimes medium, I just like to say. But right now I'm going XL because you know me, go big or go home. This is the Stripology XL ruler. This is an absolute favourite of so many of us. So many of us. We love the Stripology. This is the biggest of the Stripology rulers. It is absolutely amazing. So this goes down over your fabric, your folded half meters, your fat quarters, your scraps too. You can use this then to cut multiple strips without moving your ruler. All you're going to do is line up and cut off your little strip to square up your edge. You don't have to start turning the ruler around or the fabric. Leave it all there. So just cut and then you can cut your strips. If you want, excuse me, if you want full inches, cut at the circles. If you want half inches, cut at the stars. Super easy. You've got little squares there as well, so you can make all sorts of different cuts. You can then turn your mat or your strips and then subcut squares and rectangles. You can cut half square triangles. You've got the capacity to square up 12.5-inch blocks. You can, and everything below that, and also things like half square and quarter square triangles as well. You can also use this for cutting things like diamonds as well and hexagons. So you can use this for cutting all sorts of different shapes. It is absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Now with all Creative Grids rulers, you get a code on the front. You get, what do they call these? QR code, thank you. If you've got a smartphone, if you just hover it over the, with your camera, it will take you straight through to a video. If you haven't got a smartphone, then just hop online and you can watch a video on YouTube for all of the Creative Grids rulers, but there are loads that go with Stripology. Absolutely brill. Great piece of kit. This is back in stock now, and this is the one that always goes out of stock. We can never get it back in. Fabulous Christmas present, isn't it? Absolutely fabulous Christmas present. It really speeds you up. If you're cutting lots of strips, very accurate, because the time we're most inaccurate when we're doing our cutting is when we're lining up our ruler. And if we're having to do that for every single cut, then every single cut that we make has the potential to be inaccurate or to go wrong. With your Stripology, because you're placing it once, and then you can make, so say for example you were doing 2.5 inch, you're going to get about, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 2.5 inch cuts across your fabric before you need to move it over. That's incredible. And then when you do move it over, what you want to do is a little lip of fabric just sticking over this edge here, 1/4 inch, no more. Do another cleanup cut and then cut your remaining strips. You will never cut more accurately. I'm a big fan of AccuQuilt. Lots of you know that. I love die cutting, and the strip dies are incredibly popular. But even on the larger boards, you can only cut, I don't know, maybe 3 2.5 inch strips, multiple layers, but only 3 at a time, before you have to then move your fabric over and cut more. And there is always waste every time. This is a very low waste and very accurate way of cutting out your 2.5 inch strips, 1.5 inch strips, anything you like really. Absolutely brilliant. Okay. Now then, I would like to just grab my current obsession is with this. Now I am actually going to grab a cutting mat and a bit of fabric and show you this because it's superb. Right, let me just unlock this board because I'm as good as my word. I love a rotating cutting mat. Right, okay, so I was asked to demo this and I'll be honest with you, when I was told it cut half square triangles and 1/4 square triangles, I thought, well, it's a bit of a gimmick, isn't it? I just do them with my squares, I draw my line, sew either side and cut. Why do I need a speciality ruler? And then I tried using it. And actually, it wasn't even so much when I was trying it for the demo. It was actually, I came to piece a quilt that used a lot of half square triangles. And a lot of very small half square triangles. And I tried it my traditional method and it was a nightmare. It was an absolute nightmare. They were such small pieces to cut. They were such small pieces to draw a diagonal line on, to sew either side. My machine kept chewing up the pieces. And then when I actually measured them, they weren't that accurate either. I was trying to do 1.5 inch finished half square triangles. Okay. So normally if I was going to do my usual method, that means I need to cut strips that are 2 3/8 of an inch wide. So already I'm on the back foot because cutting 2 3/4 inch strips is a bit of a nightmare, let's be honest. Then I was having to cut them down into 2 3/8 of an inch squares, which is the same nightmare but repeated. Then I had to start drawing a diagonal line on all those little squares. Then I had to start cutting and sewing, and well, you get the idea. It was just awful. So I thought I'll give it a go. I will try this ruler and see if it's any better. It was game changing. So for my 1.5 inch finished half square triangle, instead of having to cut 2 3/8 of an inch squares, now all I have to do is cut 2 inch strip. 2 inch strip. Easy. That's easy. I can do that with my eyes shut. What I should have done, sorry, is layered those fabrics right sides together and cut my strip, because that makes things a lot easier. So if you do that, right, and then this bit here, this is my half square triangles, and this will do in 1/2 inch increments everything from 6 inch square, half square triangle, right down to a 1/2 inch. Okay, so everything in between. Brilliant. So for my 1.5 inch finished, I need a 2 inch strip. So I don't have to start grabbing manuals or looking online. It's all there on the ruler. The top dog ear is already clipped off. So literally, look, all I have to do is line that up. Perfect. And cut. And I've got my first half square triangle pair cut, ready to piece. And this is where, as I say, it is really, really useful to have a rotating cutting mat to do this job. But you're also just going to rotate your ruler. And so literally it is 1 up, 1 down. So I'll just spin this around. Now you can do multiple layers if you want. Personally, I find it a bit more accurate just to work on 2 layers of fabric, but I have smart stacked them now so that I can take them straight to my sewing machine. So you're literally just going to keep cutting, and here's my last one. And these are now ready to piece. Now then, here's the, where I think there's a bit of kind of bad publicity, unnecessarily bad publicity. So many of us, when we learn to do patchwork, learned the 2 squares together, draw the diagonal, sew either side, so you don't have to handle the bias. And we've had this message told us so many times, don't handle the bias. So that if there's ever an opportunity where we might have a bias edge, we're terrified of it. And there is absolutely no reason to be. I'm not going to handle the bias when I sew these half square triangles together. I'm not stretching, pulling, I'm not moving these. I'm literally going to take this to my sewing machine like this, and I'm going to put it under 1/4 inch seam allowance, and I am going to sew down, and I'm going to line the next one up and sew down. I'm not handling a bias. There's nothing going to stretch, nothing's going to warp out of shape. It is easy, it is fast. You can chain piece these and then literally flip them open and press them. keep in mind that that quick method where you do the square and that, you are still cutting triangles out. It's the same number of cuts as I've just done. It's no faster, it's no easier, it's a different method. Now, I'm not going to never use that method. There are times when I will, but more often than not now, this is the ruler I go for. Genuinely, it is in my sewing caddy. I use it all the time. And I didn't think I needed this until I started using it. It's brill. Now that's that side of the ruler. The other side of the ruler, this part, which looks a bit like a pyramid, this is your geese. So if you think of a flying geese unit, you've got that large triangle and then you've got two smaller half square triangles either side. Well, these are the little triangles either side. Now I'm using them here just to make half square triangles, but of course they are also part of a flying geese unit. This part then is your geese, and you're going to use this in exactly the same way. If you're doing flying geese, you only need to use, you don't smart stack your fabric. You're just cutting out, but you can layer maybe 4 layers of fabric to cut out lots of geese at one go. However, if you're using this for quarter square triangles, because also remember, of course, that is a quarter square triangle, you can smart stack then. So then you would have your light and your dark smart stacked together. And then when you take them out, in fact, I'll cut some fabric quickly just to show you what you're going to do. So let's use same fabrics. This is all rather jolly, isn't it? I love it when I get a chance to do a little demo. Yes, it gets me out of my cupboard and I manage to do a little bit of something. I like it. Don't forget as well, if you've only just joined us, I'm going to be on Monday as a guest. I've got 2 brand new launches. I've got a brand new bag panel for Christmas, and I've also got a lovely Moda quilt kit, which I'm super excited to share with you as well. So I'm just going to cut a 3-inch. I'm going to cut a 3-inch strip. Let me pop that to one side. So this is your flying geese part, your geese or your quarter square triangles. So I've done, what was now, 3-inch strip. So find your 3-inch strip. There we go. Okay, so 3-inch strip, and this is going to make 2.5-inch by 5-inch flying geese. Okay, and then you can make your cut. Now you need to make 2 cuts here. Don't start doing this. Okay, please don't do this. You will cut your fingers, or worse, you will cut into yourself. Just turn your mat. Okay. So there's my first couple, and then I'm just going to flip my ruler from here on in. So line it up, top and bottom, and make your cut, always away from yourself. Okay, and so what that now has given me is my 4 patches that I need to make a quarter square triangle. There we go. So this is going to make my quarter square triangle on my hourglass units, but of course this would also be my flying geese if I wanted to make flying geese for a border or blocks or anything else. And then my half square triangles that are going to fill in the gap, remember, of course, is this part of the ruler. And I've done the 2.5 by 5-inch. So again, for my half square triangles, I'm going to cut exactly the same size strip, a 3-inch strip. So no faffing about with add 1.25 inches to this, add 7/8 of an inch to this. If you've ever been bothered by the maths of quilting, be bothered no more. This is the answer. I'm not, you know, I've said this many times, I'm not a gadgety person, but sometimes something comes along and you think, okay, all right, I'll concede. I do actually need that. Love it. All right. Okay, so that's that one. Well done, Creative Grids. I really like that. Now, another real favourite of mine is Cat's Cradle. Now, Cat's Cradle, this is WK96. This was demoed by Susie Duncan What I love about this is the versatility of the block. So I just want to show you the block, okay? Because I remember it was years ago at my quilt guild, Kingfisher Quilters. And one of our lovely members did an evening, she did a talk on this pattern. Okay, forget this one for a second, just this one here. So it's made up of a large half square triangle, 2 small half square triangles and a square. And what she'd done was she had made, oh my goodness me, about 10 quilts. I don't think she'd made all of them for the evening, but she'd certainly made a few of them. And she was an amazing scrap quilter as well. And she had done, and every single quilt was different using this block. There are so many different ways that you can set this block. Because of those diagonals and because of the square, it's incredible. Now what Creative Grids have done is they've actually taken that square and they've also included the option of doing it as 2 half square triangles, which adds even more possibilities. There are so many ways you can use this block. And you can also make it in multiple sizes too, 6 different sizes with one tool. Absolutely brilliant stash buster and scrap buster. So I'm going to ask you this question. Have you got scraps? It's a trick question actually. I hate those rhetorical questions, you know, when there's really only one answer. But of course we've all got scraps. Have you got a stash which is threatening to outlive you? You know, is it sable? Stash accumulation beyond life expectancy? I've got sable. Use it! Use it, use it, use it. Mediums, lights, darks. Cut them up, piece them together. Cat's cradle block, absolutely brill. Brill. There it is, long last, $22.99. Sorry, it was there all along. Remember, you can use this tool to create 6 different sizes of 2 different blocks. So this is going to make 12 different blocks for $22.99. It is a brilliant stash buster, absolutely brilliant stash buster, and it's $22.99. This could be the motivation you need to get your scraps out, tame them. I mean, first thing you need to do, and this is a top tip now, if you want to use your scraps, if you've got a spare half hour someday, just grab a load, give them all a press, because there's nothing less appealing than walking into it and it's all scrunched up and thrown in a bag. Who wants to use that? Give it a good old spritz, maybe use some best press or something like that. Get it pressed nice and flat. Chop off any really raggedy bits so it looks like a nice piece of fabric, okay, what it once was. And I promise you, you'll use them. Store things like, you know, thicker cardboard tubes. Keep those. Roll your fabric around them. We do comic boards. Put your scraps around them as well. They will be more appealing. And then use your cat's cradle and tame your scraps. Make some lovely quilts. So many variations with that. Now then, this big rotating cutting mat I've been using, it is a very, very firm favourite. I demoed this, it was a few months ago. Now, Deputy Joan, who is surely, one would have thought, had got every notion, every tool one could possibly want, because Joan's been quilting for a very, very long time, decades. Hadn't got a rotating cutting mat. Straight on, bought one, loves it. Absolutely loves it. It's also brilliant if you've got a sort of fairly restricted space to work in where you cannot keep on picking up and turning your cutting mat. Brilliant for $32.99. If you're watching and your loved one is a quilter, this is a great Christmas present. That was a bit of ASMR. It's a great Christmas present. I'll say it louder. It's a great Christmas present. A rotating cutting mat. You know, fabric is a bit harder, isn't it? Will they like it? Is it the right colour? Is it the right sort of fabric? You know, you don't know with rulers whether somebody wants to make it or not. But a cutting mat, they wear out, they need to be replaced. This is brilliant because it rotates and it is so much safer. We're always cutting away from ourselves, even if it's at a slight angle, that's fine. What isn't fine is this, and definitely not fine is this. And I see it all the time. Very occasionally I do a bit of, and I'm not happy with myself. Use a rotating cutting mat, always cut away. $32.99, but I mean, what price avoiding an injury? If you don't want it to rotate, all you've got to do is flip it over, relock it. And also, while we're there, do you see this fabulous black base? This is a non-stick surface. So what this means is, like, usually a rotary cutting mat on your table will slip and move, and that's dangerous for you. It's bad for your fabric because you'll probably end up miscutting it. This is a non-stick surface. So when you've got this in play, I'm putting all my weight behind this and it's not moving, okay? It is not moving. That's because of this non-slip backing, okay? Absolutely brill, absolutely brill. Super stuff that, really, really recommend it. Now, something else I love, and actually I have just got myself, I will show you the ones I've got. I've got this one, and I've just got this one. Okay, so I'm going to pick those out first because I've just got myself 3 meters of each. Lots of you know I'm working on a new quilting book at the moment, and I've just got to that stage where I've got a few quilt tops ready for quilting, and I hate piecing backing fabrics together. It is the one thing in quilting that I never enjoy doing. I can't even make myself enjoy it. So for me, extra wide backing fabrics are perfect. This is OV92. Very, very versatile, this one. It's from Jerry Robinson. She's a great quilt and fabric designer. And this is so versatile because it's a lovely crisp white background, and then it has this kind of golden tan little floral sprig printed on it. Looks grey on the website. Trust me, it's not. The lighting's terrible. It is this lovely crisp clean white with this kind of creamy tan sprig on it. So I'm using this for the backing of what's essentially a red and white quilt, because that will really go. There's a little bit of tan in the front, so I'm picking out that tan, but basically this would go with almost anything. Now when I say extra wide, this is 274 centimeters wide, which, if my memory serves me well, is 108 inches. Cat, you can't talk to me like that. You ain't my mother. Yes, I am. Right, this is 108 inches. Well, not what you can see on screen, but there you go. Oh, you are good. Sorry, I'm terrible to you, aren't I? Making her come on screen. But anyway, 108 inches wide. So no more joining backing fabrics. Thank you. I won't ask you to do that again. Bless her. Brilliant. Brilliant. 100% cotton, of course, beautifully finely woven. It's really soft and supple. We talk about them as quilt backings, but there's no reason at all why you can't use these in your piecing, bag making, blocks, borders, bindings. No reason at all. So I've got that one. The other one that I've got is this one from Tim Holtz. This is JP 93. Which I just fell in love with. I'm using this for a country style quilt. It would also look really good on a modern quilt. I'm just going to flip this around so the words are up the right way. So it's like a kind of dictionary. I think it's called dictionary, in fact. It's from Tim Holtz. Brilliant. Love this. Memory, remembrance, retention, retentiveness, tenacity, reminiscence, recognition, recurrence. Fab. There are lots more extra wide backings on the website. Have a look. Really recommend them. If you hate piecing backings together, even a fraction as much as I do, try an extra wide. And actually as well, from an economics point of view, you save quite a significant amount of money by using an extra wide backing than 3 widths of fabric joined together. Okay, last little mention of the Elna 680 Plus. It is my machine of choice at home, John Scott's machine of choice at home too. We're both big fans. You get an extension table included, knee lifter, you get a darning foot, you get an alterable, changeable darning foot with 3 different feet on it as well. You get a knee lifter, you get a case as well, covering case. You get so many different feet. It's an absolutely superb machine. I'll leave that with you. All right, we're going to go for a little break. When we come back, Susan Briscoe is going to be here with me for a Sashiko Masterclass. So set those recorders, grab a cup of tea, sit back, relax and enjoy. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back everybody, Stuart Hillard here, and this is Sewing Street. We are joined today by the absolutely wonderful Sashiko expert that is Susan Briscoe. Hey Susan.
Hello.
And it's so wonderful. This is your comeback tour.
It is sort of
It's been
really,
2
isn't
years.
it? Yes, it
It's
has
been 2
been. It
years.
has. Yeah.
Where's the time gone?
Well, I've done a lot of Sashiko in that time.
You've done a lot of Sashiko. You've written an incredible new book, Sashiko 365, which is already sold out. Thank you very much for that. But also, you are an amazing designer, an amazing advocate, actually, an encourager, shall we say,
Yeah,
of Sashiko
yeah.
and enjoying this
Yeah.
form of stitching.
Yes, yeah, I like to get people started with it. I think, it is, after all, when it gets down to it, just running stitch.
Right.
So, in a way, it's not a difficult thing to do.
It's not a difficult thing to do, but it's something you can do for a lifetime
Of course
and
it is.
enjoy.
And there's so many different patterns. I never tire of doing it.
Cool.
To be perfectly
It's when you know
honest.
you're hooked, isn't it? I'm just the same.
Yeah.
Now, in the earlier show, Susan showed us how to mark a design onto fabric using a grid system. But I know for a lot of people, that is something that they just don't want to do or would find difficult, too time consuming, or just from a sort of dexterity or eyesight point of view. So in this hour, what we've got are absolutely loads, and there are so many that I would advise you to look on the website, but absolutely loads of pre-printed panels which have not just the design printed but actually each individual stitch. Now those markings wash away when you've finished your stitching, so fully removable. We'll get to those. Have a look on the website if you want to, and also in this hour Susan's going to be giving us a full demo on how to do Sashiko, and I think you actually mentioned getting me to try doing a little bit of stitching,
Yes,
didn't you?
I was thinking
Which I'm
about
looking
doing that
forward to. Now before we get to all of that, I couldn't really ignore these fabulous fabrics that we've got because they're so different. They really appeal to me. I hope they're going to appeal to you too. These are all Japanese fabrics, aren't they? We'll start with the gold. This is, they're all striped. This is ID 32. So these are just brilliant. They're Japanese fabrics. They are a woven stripe, and they're woven a bit like chambray is woven, in that they have a black warp and then the weft. Am I right?
No, it's the other way around.
Other way around. So the stripe
the
is the
stripes
warp.
are the warp.
Beg your
Yes,
pardon. Right.
yes.
So I should have known that actually, because there's the selvage. So the stripe is the coloured part, and then the weft is all solid black. So it has that kind of look of shot cotton. It just gives multi-dimensions. This is £9.99 per half metre, and this is a mixture of kind of grey, black, and this wonderful sort of deep mustardy, almost a mustardy
I love that
greenish
one.
gold.
Like you say, it is very, very on trend, that as well, for interior colours at the moment.
Fabulous, yeah. Great for interiors. Like you could put a border around some Sashiko,
absolutely.
but also you could use it for patchwork. But I'm actually thinking for dressmaking. And my
Yeah,
current obsession is, sort of lovely kind of open neck shirts.
Yeah,
and
you were
smock
talking about that
type.
earlier on. Sounds great.
Perfect. Be really nice for aprons as well, wouldn't it? So much you could do with this fabric. It's just a bit different.
It's
Love
very
a woven
strong
stripe.
fabric, too, as well. Because I use it for bags.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's basically the wide width version of the type of fabric that I've used on the border.
I was wondering, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So we could actually use this to create the border if we want to make the Sashiko 365.
It looks great actually on a quilt border or just for bordering a panel.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be showing the panels in a moment.
Vertical or horizontal.
Either way,
Yeah.
works really well.
Really good. I love to use things like that both ways. Now, next up, let's do purple. This is ZU78. So this is a combination of a really, really deep, rich, plummy purple. There's a little bit of olive green in there, some grey, some black, and also that fabulous copper. Now I'm thinking casual shirts and blouses.
Would look good.
Really lovely. A shirtwaisted dress.
It's very autumnal, that one.
It is. It is.
Actually, when we start looking at the panels, I'm going to be telling you a little bit about a big sampler quilt I've got planned with the panels, and I'm going to use that for the border.
Oh, awesome. This colour?
Yeah, exactly that one.
Yeah, beautiful.
It's very autumnal.
It is, and it's so different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Green's next, YR82. So this is a combination of moss green, a lovely deep sort of ocean blue, and then there's a little bit of that golden mustard and grey and black in there. Just fab. Now, producer Ben wants a pair of trousers. He started off by saying he wanted drawstring, wide leg, kind of loungy harem type pants would be really cool.
Yeah.
But
Like
I
yoga
actually
pants.
said to him, what about a real nice pair of like cigarette leg trousers, slim
wow.
fit? He's very slender, you see.
Oh, right.
They would look great
It
on
would look
him.
good.
Look an absolute donkey on me.
They look pretty good on you, I think.
I've got shape, you know, I've got hips, I've got some curves. These hips don't lie. And then last one, NZ59. This, I don't know, this might be my favourite. This is those gorgeous berry colours I love. This is a combination of kind of raspberry and blackberry.
It is hard to choose between that one and the one that has the sort of russety tone in it as well.
And of course, striped fabric, brilliant for patchwork, really simple, just squares cut with the stripe centred, 1, 2, 3, 4. So move that stripe around the block. It's such simple piecing. All the work's done in the fabric, but fab, love it. So I just wanted to show you those before we get into the meat and turties. Which is those lovely panels. Gorgeous. Where should we start? Geo.
Well, I did put them all in order for you.
You did. So this is Geo.
We have so many.
Is this Geo?
Well, shall I come over here and sort of get on the same
Would
camera as you?
you?
Yeah,
Oh,
we'll do that.
come over, glamorous
Right,
system.
Because the panels, I'll tell you a little bit about these. I designed these for Olympus, who are the company who makes the striped fabric as well. So the stripes coordinate brilliantly with these. They really go with them very, very well. And we've got 2 different geometric designs, and each one has got 8 different designs on the panel. Well, 8 different big designs and then 8 little ones in the middle. So the one that I've got my finger on at the moment, I'm sort of wiggling around with there.
Which one of those is that?
Oh gosh, now pass it over. No, actually it isn't any of those ones. I'll tell you a bit more about those in a moment.
Okay.
Because these are the panels that I designed in 2019. And we also designed a set of Kamon crests, which is the traditional Japanese family crest designs as well. We did a panel of that in 2019 as well. And then in 2020, I did another set of geometric designs and another set of Kamon crests.
Fab.
And what we did with the 2020 designs, of both of those, we had them printed on a special limited edition fabric, which is what you've got there at the end. Now, when I say limited edition, that fabric, it's part of the regular fabric that Olympus sell. But normally these panels wouldn't be printed on it. Normally they're printed on black, deep red, indigo blue, what I think of as like a slate blue.
Yeah.
What they call light grey, but looks taupe to me.
Yeah.
And
this
a
fabric
green.
has got that black weft.
Yes, it has.
And it's got that shot look, hasn't it? It's absolutely gorgeous.
It's the perfect partner for the stripes.
Let's get you some details on screen. Should we go first of all? I don't know what these ones are called. Is this called Geo 1?
That's probably what you've called it, I would imagine. Is it called Geo 1?
Geo...
I call it
Geo
20.
19, as in 2019.
That's pretty much what I call it,
This,
actually.
isn't it? That's
Yeah,
this one right
yeah,
here.
Geo 19.
Okay, let's get those details up on screen and then I can go through the colours that are available. We'll start with the grey, which I suspect, is that this one?
Yeah.
This is
as
the
I said,
grey.
it's called grey, but to me it's like a taupe colour.
Yes,
it's a warm colour.
I agree. It's almost
Really
like
beautiful.
a sort of a greeny gold, almost to me.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
a lichen.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know what I
It is a
mean?
lovely warm tone. And the thing that I like about that one, you know, is when it comes to the Sashiko thread, you can put darker threads on it, you can put lighter threads on it. And they both work really well.
Versatile, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very, very versatile.
So you've got those 8 large designs, and size-wise, what's the sort of size of each of those?
Right, well, the large squares are actually approximately 9.5 inches square, or 9 inches square, I can't remember, around about that. We designed them based on a quilt that I did for a book called Japanese Quilt Blocks to Mix and Match, and we took the designs from that. So the idea was that you'd have these blocks and you could actually use them with the quilt blocks in that book, and those blocks are all 9-inch finished squares.
Gotcha. So we could do that, and we've got 8.
And the ones in the middle are about 4.5 inches. I think we actually put them into the nearest metric conversion for them to actually do the designs. But yeah, you've got 8 big designs, you've got 8 small designs, and the small designs on that one, you've got, I think it's 5 of them are different leaves and flowers. And you've also got on that, I'll just show you, it's a different colourway though. You've got these 2 geometric ones.
Oh
at the
wow,
top
these
and
are
the
beautiful.
bottom.
Let me just hold these up so you can see.
Yeah, make sure the camera can see this really well.
So these are the ones you're getting. You're getting 8 different small designs.
But you
These
get-
are just 2 of
You
them.
get that at the top and the bottom. Now, the thing with those, I think the camera's just about picking it up nicely. I stitched them in 2 different shades of blue. You know, we were talking earlier on about the designs that they're actually called hitomezashi, it means one stitch sashiko. But these designs, they look a little bit like black work, but they're made with 2 sets of running stitches, a horizontal set and a vertical set, and it's where the stitches meet. So you get 2 of those on that. And then you get
Gorgeous.
these lovely flowers as well.
Flowers and leaves, yeah.
Yeah, and
So that's the
traditional
grey.
designs.
They're
Yeah.
$19.99. Now next up we have got the blue.
That's
this one.
That's the dark blue, yes.
That's dark blue, yes.
Yeah, it's like an
Indigo blue.
Indigo
yeah.
blue. It's not a natural indigo, by the way. The colours won't run or come off on your fingers or anything like that.
But this is really dark
It's very intense.
blue. I
and
don't think that's
gorgeous.
the one.
No,
That's different. That's like a teal.
that is the lighter blue.
Is that the one we're doing? Yeah, okay, sorry,
Oh, right, sorry.
Let me
Get
grab
the
that
right order,
instead.
shall
then.
we?
So this is more like a sort of a teal blue. It's like a sort of grey teal blue.
Well, I call that one slate.
Slate,
To
yeah.
distinguish it from the teal blue that's a little bit more greeny.
Yeah, agreed.
It's very, very subtle though. Really subtle colour differences with these.
Gorgeous.
So you could combine, you know, 2 that were very close in colour and get a really nice effect in the patchwork.
That's a nice idea. I
Yeah.
like that. So that's that one. We'll do indigo blue next. So this is your really deep blue. But remember, rather than being one sort of flat colour, this is actually warped in the blue, wefted, woven with a black. So you actually get that shot look, and it almost has a sort of slubby effect to it as well, doesn't it?
It does, and that
few-
is deliberate.
Yeah.
The fabric is called kofu samugi, and the samugi is what's woven in Japan. When they make the silk version, it's woven from the waste part of the cocoon, and some of them are hand spun. So the little slubs are kind of part of the textile, you know. So that's what sort of gives it the look. But you can also have cotton samugi, like we've got here.
It's really cool.
And you can have wool samugi.
Reminds me of that like tweed
beautiful.
yarn where it's got what they call neps.
Yeah,
in
it is.
It's like that, isn't it?
is.
It's a
Except
similar
that
effect.
Except with a net, it's usually different colours.
Yes.
And with this, it's black.
Yes, yes.
But it gives it a great texture. It's one of my favourite fabrics, actually.
It is gorgeous.
I use it a
Next
lot.
up, colour-wise, let's
What's
do
the next
dark
colour?
green. So this is that really
Aha.
kind of deep forest green. It looks beautiful stitched on, and you can,
Yeah, I've got
again,
some
you
bits
can
over
use
here.
some really bright colours with that, can't
can.
you?
Wait till
Or
you see
you
what I've
could
been doing
use
with it.
white or cream. Beautiful. Again, same designs there. You've got those 8 large geometric designs, and then you have got 8 smaller designs, flowers, leaves, and those 2 really beautiful designs that I showed you earlier on that have that sort of look of black work, but are traditional Japanese designs. And then the last one of the GO19 is black. And this shows up really well, actually, the markings. And this is true of all of Susan's panels. You can see there, everything is marked really clearly with this bright white print. Now, each of those lines represents a stitch.
It is. They're about I think 1/8 of an inch long or 3mm. They based them on my actual stitch length.
Cool.
So that's really nice. And because it's white, it does show up very, very well on the fabric. But you must remember, do not wash them before you start.
Don't pre-wash.
Yeah, they wash out. It's water-soluble ink, and it will come out.
So when we do want to remove, when we do want to, how do we do it? Bowl of cold water or
That
washing
would do.
machine?
Just sloosh it around a bit. That's all I do.
You hand wash?
Yeah, just a little bit of sort of, water that's not too cold, not too hot.
Bit of detergent?
I don't even bother with that.
You don't?
I just put them in, in the sink, swish them about. Lines have gone. Okay, let them dry.
It's a bit of live action then, wasn't it? Did you see that?
Swish, swish, swish.
There you go.
That's all I do. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Let's do GO20. So that's these ones right here?
No. They're Camel Crest. This is GO20 here.
GO20.
This is the one I'm stitching this panel at the moment, actually. I'll show you that in a moment.
Okay, we'll start with indigo blue. So these designs, what you've got, this is very limited, by the way, on GO20.
All right.
This is 8 geometric designs. Gosh, I love that one.
The woven one.
The woven, that is awesome. And then 8 smaller designs that are all kind of squares. There's some beautiful sort of petal designs, one that looks like a little bit of a maze.
The very small designs in the middle all come from an antique jacket that I saw in a museum once in Sakata City. And they're all really quite interesting. There's one of them is the shipper design that I was demoing earlier.
Yes, I thought it was.
There it is. And then we have others which are kind of variations on shipper.
Just there. Yeah, I'll just show you that. It's really cool.
Yeah.
And you said, actually, when you were drawing it, you could put a diagonal line through the leaves.
You can build the pattern up in different ways, yes.
Fab. More in baskets than we've got available in the navy. Now let's move on. Should we do green?
No, that isn't green.
That's not green, that's taupe.
That is
grey.
Again, the taupe
grey.
I think it's the taupe grey.
It's not grey, is it?
No, is it? Or is it the green?
That is the grey.
What number
That's
is
this
it?
one. It's that taupe.
Oh, it's the same as that one, right? Because with some of these that we've got in the special limited edition, there's a green in that which is sort of like midway between the standard green and the taupe. I call that one olive.
Yeah, I'd call that one khaki.
Yeah.
That reminds me of khaki. Anyway, horses for courses. And then our last option is black.
The black is a wonderful inky black.
Beautiful.
Really,
yeah.
really deep.
But again, it's still got that texture and that sort of subtle texture in those, I'm going to call them nebs.
Little slubs.
Yeah, the little slubs.
Japanese word for them is hige, little hairs.
What are they called?
Hige.
Hige.
Hige. Yeah, hige samugi is hairy samugi, which has particularly big little slubs in it.
Funnily enough, that was my nickname in prison. We're going to do some stitching now, aren't we, Susan?
Before we do the others?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Right, well,
let's see some stitching.
Let's see a bit of stitching then. Well, I'll move back over to here then. I've brought quite a few bits and pieces with me today because I wasn't really 100% sure exactly what we had. I knew we had a lot of the different panels, so I just thought grab a whole load of different pieces and bring them in. So I will show you those in a moment because I've got a whole pile here, and these are all the Camel Crest designs. But we were just talking about those central designs there, the ones that I said were from the jacket in Sakata City. Well, I've got a whole pile here that I've stitched in different colours actually. I thought I'd play around with it. I know we've got some coloured Sashiko threads down there too. I tell you what, I'll put them on top of here. Can we?
Yeah, definitely.
Am I in the right spot for the overhead?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Probably just about. I know I'm putting them on top of another piece, but I've got a whole stack of them I've done. And oops, those are off a different panel. Put those to one side. Trying to put all the ones together.
I love the fact, much like the Sashiko 365, Susan, I love the fact that these are bite-sized, one day, one evening experiences, aren't they?
When I designed those panels this year, I wanted to do something that you could stitch in more than one way.
Yeah.
And I thought if I made a panel design where you could cut it up, incorporate it with patchwork, put it into a cushion cover, a back side of a bag, string a whole load of them together and make a table runner. You could easily do that, have 8 of the large panels, then have a set of coasters to go with them. I've seen them made up as placemats. There's so many sort of home deck things you can do with them. It's absolutely amazing. But the reason I've chosen these colours is I'm working on several very large Sashiko samplers at the moment, which will be going on tour with Grosvenor in the spring of 2024, the Spring Quilt Festival.
Lovely. And
I just couldn't resist doing all 4 panels in the green to coordinate. It's a piece of, I think it's French actually, a piece of vintage
Home deck fabric,
home deck fabric from my collection.
So like a chintz.
It is, but it's actually printed on sateen. It's a little bit thicker than patchwork fabric. But my idea is, I'll hold it out properly for you so you can see it. There you go. I thought I'll have a circle of this in the centre against the plain version of this green Kofu Samui, because you can get it plain as well. And then I'll have, the patchwork borders made with the different blocks.
Gorgeous.
And I'll have all 16 of the geometrics and all 16 of the Camon crests, because I'll use both panels, both the 2019 and the 2020 ones.
Absolutely gorgeous.
So
I'm
I took all my
thinking
thread
as well,
colours from that.
Susan, that that lovely stripe that we were looking at earlier.
Well, I was thinking about using that actually for the sashing.
Sashings,
I
bindings,
thought it would just
borders.
go really, really well.
So you can mix and match these fabrics together, and they just work beautifully, don't they?
They go really, really nicely.
So inspiring.
So what I've done with the stitching on this, some of it I've done with a double thread, some of it I've done with a single thread. Because you see, traditionally in Sashiko, you find that a double thread seems to be the thing that was used the most. When I look at old pieces as well, they tend to be stitched with a 4-ply Sashiko thread. And the thread that's more commonly used today, like the one I've got here, which I think we may have some of it for sale.
Yeah, we do.
I've spied some down there. This is a 6-ply thread, so it's a little bit thicker. Well, there's only one left.
One left. They've been going really fast.
Oh my
If you want
goodness.
Sashiko thread, I
Wow.
would strongly recommend you went onto the website.
Yeah.
Things are just kind of
They're
disappearing
going very quickly.
in the background
Ooh,
as we
right.
chat.
Okay.
As we chat.
Well, you see, a thread like this, you can use it double or single. So this is what I've done on here. I've done some parts of it with a double thread, some parts the single thread. So I'll put that little stack of those away for now. And I'm going to show you some
And
of
of
the others
course,
in a moment.
in a panel, you get 8 of those, but you get 8 of the large, and they finish at 9 inches square. So there's a huge
about
amount
9.
of value, isn't there?
Where's the ruler? I'll just check.
Absolutely huge.
I will just double check. Oh, this is a centimetre ruler.
I've got a tape measure here.
Oh, have you? Thank you.
Don't you worry, I've
That's
got you covered.
It's about 23.5 actually. I think it is about 9.
9. Yeah,
Yeah,
thereabouts.
round about that.
Just about 9.
It's a good size to be working on anyway. So I've started on this panel. I've been playing around with this while we were doing...
This is my favourite panel, Susan.
Is it?
Yes.
You really like the geometric?
I love, love, love it. I mean, there's certain... it's all gorgeous, but this one really appeals.
You really like that one?
And also, I really
we should do
love
some stitching on
this
that,
one here as well.
Yeah.
I quite often quilt this design. These kind of squared off ripples, beautiful. This honeycomb.
Yeah.
It's all love. I'm just giving my own names to traditional patterns.
Well, that's more or less what the patterns translate as anyway.
Oh right, okay.
So you've got various different names for them. I mean, this one here, Noaki, that actually literally translates as an icy autumn blast, but it's usually translated as grasses because it's represented by the wind blowing through the grasses. But I've stitched that in a slightly different way to the way I would normally do it. I just realised if we've got the overhead, I think I'm showing it upside down.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting, I think with the old camera setup, we used to have to do that.
Gotcha.
I'll put it this way round anyway.
We've
So that's a bit
moved
better.
on.
We have moved on.
That
We've moved on a
technology's
lot.
incredible now.
Right, okay, so there we go, it's the right way up now. So you've got this wonderful sort of design of clamshells, and then you've got these little grasses going up
Yeah,
here. Now,
it's cute.
there's different ways you can stitch it. Now, when I did my first Sashiko book, there was only really space to show, one way of stitching a design. But what I've played about with this, I've started here, down at the bottom of the grass, gone up the short bit, down the long bit, halfway across the top, and then I go up the next short bit, down the long bit, halfway across the top. And then I'm filling in the rest of the arc going that way. So I did the actual grass bit with a double thread, and going the other way I'm using a single thread,
Oh,
you
I
see, for
see
a bit
that.
of contrast. But I've tried to do it so that when you look at that, you can understand how the pattern is stitched, how it all goes together. If you stitch it all in white, you don't really know how it's done. But if you put a touch of colour in, it's like you're putting a little hint there for the viewers. Oh, this is how I did it. So I just couldn't resist it on this panel.
It's
a lot of
gorgeous,
fun.
and I love the yellows against the berry-toned fabric.
Well, I thought it would look rather lovely. So we've got that yellow, and that's the brighter one. The other thing I was using for it was cream, because there are lots of different colours you can get in Sashiko thread now, and they've just changed the thread band, by the way, as well. So now it's a little white one. They've made it a bit more modern.
So,
English.
with Sashiko thread,
yes.
do you split it like embroidery? No, you don't.
No,
you use it
no.
just one thickness
Yeah,
or
just
two?
just use the single strand or doubled. I'll show you how it works when you do it doubled, actually. I think I've got a needle parked somewhere up here. I have. Hang on, I'll take the thread out of that.
So organised, Susan. It's like a
Not very.
masterclass of being organised for Sewing Street.
Well, I'm organised in the pieces that I do, my work that I do, but honestly at home I'm not very organised. And my workroom at the moment is like a disaster zone.
Well, that's reassuring to hear, isn't it? Isn't it, viewers?
There's just piles of stuff everywhere.
Stuff all over the floor.
And, well, it's not so much over the floor. You can't iron on the ironing table or ironing board at the moment because I've got that much stuff piled up on top of it.
Hurrah,
Yeah.
I say.
I'm using it as a dumping ground. And when I need to press anything, I've got one of those.
You're doing that deliberately, aren't you?
You know those wool pressing mats? I've got one of those.
Yeah.
And I put that on my work table to press things at the moment. I haven't been able to press on the ironing board for about a year. I've really got to get it sorted out, but it's just got so much stuff on top of it. Anyway, you said you really liked this design, so I thought we probably ought to do a little bit on this.
Yes, please.
I'm just sorting this out. There you go. I've threaded the needle, and you were saying that about doubled thread. So I threaded the needle with a doubled thread. And I'm just smoothing it down a little bit. I'm just sort of looking at this pattern now and think how we're actually going to go around it. Because with most patterns, there's sort of ways of getting around the design. I think if we probably go there to there, to there, to there, to there. Right, okay.
So it's a little bit like when I'm working out a free motion quilting design.
Exactly.
I'm looking for a continuous path.
Yeah, there's a lot in common with Sashiko and with with doing free motion quilting.
You got there first.
Yeah, well, you're trying to come up with continuous line patterns.
Yeah.
Definitely. That is very, very, very similar. It's the same mentality. Right, so I'm just going to come up there. I think we can probably see that on the screen okay. And I'm just pleating the fabric on the tip of the needle. Like that. Following the stitches that are printed. Trying to follow the stitches that are printed.
How important is it? This is controversial.
Go on.
Susan, I make no apologies. How important is it that we follow exactly where the stitches are printed?
Well, if you want it to look nice and straight, follow them.
Pretty important,
Yes. And doing what I'm doing, when I'm pleating the fabric on the tip of the needle, that will actually help to keep the line of stitching pretty straight too. So I've gone to the end of that little line there. I'm just going to pull that through. Actually, I've got my needle in the back, like that. And then I'm going to ease it out. I don't know how well the camera can see what I'm doing. I'm sort of forgetting where I am a little bit. I need a big X marks the spot, I think, on this table. There you go. So I've done that little bit and I've eased it out. And that gathering up business and easing it out, it makes the doubled thread, the two strands of it lie parallel in your stitch. If you sort of do stitches individually, you'll get a twist.
Right.
And you don't want that. You want the two threads sort of next to each other to look really, really nice and fat.
So no hoop.
No, no
and
hoop.
no down and up.
Yeah, down and up. It's totally different to that, doing cross stitch, something like that.
Yeah, and I mean the way you're sort of pleating the fabric and pushing it through is more akin to hand quilting.
Probably is.
Than embroidery, isn't it, almost?
Yeah, it is. I've brought the needle through this time. Because sometimes if you bring the needle through to the front, sometimes what happens is your first stitch tends to twist a little bit. And if that happens, you can sort it out by just getting hold of this thread on the back and just pulling it out and then easing it back up again. Yeah. And it'll be just fine. So I'm just going to stitch along that little bit there.
So you can travel a bit on the back of your work, just keep it loose enough not to...
Yes, you can. It doesn't want to be very, very loose, but it wants to be loose enough that it's not pulling it in.
Right.
Like you say, the thread can sort of skip from one bit of the design to another. I wouldn't be able to sort of make it skip more than about an inch or so, because on this piece up here, if I get that under, there we go, this one here. When I stitch these little stitch sections here, I didn't take the thread across the back. I just started to finish with a knot instead, and that's what it looks like on the back. But you don't have to worry about that too much. You're going to back it with something. At least I am. And so I'll just keep stitching this little bit here. And you were saying earlier on about adding quilting to it. Well, for this piece, I think I will actually put a wadding in it.
Right.
And you also said to me, why don't you do it on the machine? Well, you can. You could quilt it on the machine and you could go very, very close to your Sashiko lines. I'm not the greatest machine quilter in the world. And I would probably try and do it with the walking foot on the machine because I could not free motion quilt around those curves.
Oh, me neither.
Or something
I
like
wouldn't
that.
want
I'd
to.
wobble everywhere.
No.
But it would be possible to pick out some of the lines in the pattern and actually follow that line with a machine line very, very close to it.
Yeah.
Or
No, I
do it
think
by
like
hand either.
with this quilt, I would just stitch in the
I'm just going to do that
sashing.
in the ditch. I'm just going to do that in the ditch, yeah. It's just with this, with having, 9-inch squares, I'd want a little bit, I
You want
think,
a bit of
actually in the
something.
yeah, a bit of something
Yeah.
going on in the square. When I did my first Sashiko book, actually, the big sampler quilt I made for that, I stitched what were like the marking grids for the patterns.
Oh, right.
So they were sort of like shadowing behind the actual patterns.
Nice.
Now this little bit here is pulled up a tiny, tiny bit tight just here. So I'm just going to ease that back a little bit and then hang on to it there, ease it out. And now that's nice and loose. It's not too tight. That's pretty good. And there we go. That line's nicely eased out. So it's looking good on the front as well.
It's really nice.
Can we see that on the front? No?
Yeah.
Yep. I'll be seeing it. I keep forgetting which monitor it is that's sort of showing us. There we go. You can see it on the front. It's looking good anyway. And then from there, whoops, I'm going to go here, stitch my way across. I keep thinking I should hand it over to you actually and get you doing a bit of this.
Oh, I feel it. Well, I should really, because I was just going to say, I'm feeling a little intimidated. But no, it's good because it's a running stitch.
It is a running stitch, yeah.
And at the end of the day, if you don't like the results, you can always unpick it.
The easiest way actually to unpick your Sashiko is to cut the knot off that started with.
Okay.
And just to pull it all through. Yeah, that is definitely the easiest way to deal with it.
Okay.
So I'll just do this little line here.
Yeah.
And then I'll show you, how it's starting to look. The thing with the geometric designs is there's nearly always a sort of at least one, if not more, traditional ways to stitch around the pattern. And when you start following those, and a lot of those are covered in my first Sashiko book, Ultimate Sashiko Source book, you find that it's very, very economical and you don't sort of stitch yourself into a corner. And you work your way around the pattern really well. When I did Sashiko 365, of course, because it was a smaller piece, sometimes I stitched in a completely different order, which worked better. It was more economical for getting around that smaller bit of the pattern. And I think that's perfectly okay because there are more than one way, to stitch quite a few of them. Anyway, I'm just going to put that down. There we go. So that's how it's going.
Oh, it's lovely.
And so the next bit,
I love the doubled thread actually because it gives a really bold line, doesn't it?
It does give a very, very bold line. Having said that, these panels were designed so you could do them with a doubled or a single thread. It doesn't actually matter. You just get a different look. That's the thing.
Yeah, cool.
And
now we've got two more collections.
Yes.
These are the Japanese crests.
They are.
The family
They're
crests.
the family crest designs.
Perfect.
And I have some that I stitched as well that I brought
So
in.
let's grab the first one. So this is Canon.
Come on.
That's what he's saying in my ear, Susan. He ain't got a clue.
Come on.
He didn't know any better than I do. Oh, now I'm liking those. Look at those.
Well, I had a little play around, using some coloured threads with these, which was a lot of fun.
So this is this 19, this one with the...
That is 19,
Great.
yes.
Okay, super.
Yeah.
Right. So this one has got things like the crashing waves. These are all in circles.
Yep.
The bamboo. There's the ginkgo leaves.
It's got ginkgo leaves. I do like ginkgo leaves.
And also, is that nori?
Noshi.
Noshi. When it's all in there, the dried strips of seaweed.
I've got one that I stitched.
Have you? Gorgeous. Let's start with the red. Oh, sorry, the blue. The blue. So you've got the 8 large designs, and again these ones are approximately 9 inches square, and then you've got the 8 smaller ones down the centre, and this is in the blue, including Mount Fuji. Just showing the back as well. So you've got everything printed in white. Again, just to swish around in some cool water, no detergent needed, and all those lines will disappear.
Yeah.
So please don't pre-wash your fabric.
No, you'll be left with a blank piece of fabric.
And these are all printed on this beautiful,
Kofu
this is
Samugi.
limited edition.
That one isn't that. That's one of the regular ones.
That's a regular.
Yeah, yeah, that's a regular colour.
Okay.
That's Kofu Samugi. We always have it on the blue.
Gotcha.
It's such a classic colour.
And then the other ones, they're the, okay. What colour should we do next? Indigo blue next. That is not here.
No, that was indigo blue. I
That
think
was
the one
indigo
that
blue.
was the indigo blue.
That was indigo blue.
Yeah. Which one's that? Let's have a look.
So that is the blue. That is blue.
Where's the code number on it?
That's what we've called blue. Like that kind of tealy
Oh, right.
colour.
Yeah.
So let's just take a backward track for a second. Can we put the
That is
details
the
for
lighter
what we
blue.
called blue?
Yeah.
And this is that lighter blue. This is
Yeah.
the one that's more like slate. So let me just show you that. So apologies if you ordered it thinking you were getting the deep dark blue. This is that sort of slatey, tealy blue. Really lovely, that. Okay, so that's that. Then we've got the indigo blue. This time,
That's
I mean
the very,
it.
very dark one.
That's the very, very dark blue.
It looks particularly intense, of course, with the black thread.
Love that. Next up, we'll do the grey. And again, this is more, I think this is more khaki in colour. You call this...
I think of it as like taupe colour,
Taupe,
really.
yeah.
Actually, I've got that panel, the 2019 one and the 2020 one lined up at home, and I've got this lovely Moda jelly roll. It was a range they called Voisey from a few years ago, and the colours are just gorgeous, and it coordinates so nicely. So for all my thread colours, that's what I'm going to use. I'm going to pick out the colours in the Moda jelly roll for my threads.
Interesting to hear you talk about using like printed, like American printed fabrics to mix with your Sashiko.
Well, it's surprising how well a lot of it goes, actually. And my friends in Japan, we've got a group called Use a Sashiko Guild. At the moment, they're doing a lot of things which are based on William Morris designs. They've absolutely got this fascination with things like William Morris, Charles Rennie Mackintosh, all that kind of thing. And of course, they were in turn inspired by Japanese design partly. So there's this incredible sort of back and forth thing going on. It's really, really interesting.
It is interesting. It is interesting. And then last up, I've got dark green. I haven't got black.
That's this colour.
Yeah,
The
I've
one
got
that I
the
stitched
dark
on
green,
here.
which is NP47.
I can show you some more pieces I've stitched on that too. It's,
Gorgeous.
it's lovely.
Well, I'll show that little sample actually. This is one of the 8 large designs. This is the
You can have those as
Noshi.
well. That's the Noshi.
I'll show you some of the other designs actually while we're
the pink
here.
and white effect I got, by the way, on that, on the Noshi on the ribbon, is done by stitching alternate stitches.
Cool.
Switching between the two.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
See,
That's
lots
plum
of
blossom.
these. I've got to say, lots of these. I'd be lifting those designs
Yeah.
for quilting.
Yeah. My friends in the Japanese group I've just mentioned, they have done applique onto these panels,
Ooh,
and then they've added the
yeah.
Sashiko onto it. It's really interesting what they're doing with it.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. You can take them so many different
Then
ways.
we've got Camon 220. Camon 2. That's, which ones are those? These ones here.
Yeah.
Lovely, thank you. So we've got 5 different colours. We'll start with dark green.
And I've got some pieces I stitched on that as well.
Fab. So this is the dark green. So this one has got 8 more large designs. Okay. And then it's also got 8 of the smaller designs. And this includes, look, some of these ones which I can't remember the name in Japanese, but those
It's called
ones that look...
Hitomezashi, and here are some I stitched earlier.
Hitomezashi.
Hitomezashi. Here's
There we go.
Some I stitched earlier.
That is
And
beautiful.
I used a purple and a shaded blue. They all start with the little crosses like this piece here. And then I filled in the other diagonal lines on them.
They are
So
just
you
divine.
get those, and also you get 4 kanji characters, which are the names of the seasons in Japanese. You might be starting to notice now there's
Down
some
there,
similarities between
yes.
these panels and Sashiko 365.
Beautiful, beautiful.
There's a bit of crossover.
Absolutely gorgeous. Well, if you were inspired, who couldn't be? Wow. All right, next up we'll do it in the blue. Now this is that slatey.
That's the slate blue. That's
Yeah.
the slate blue.
That's that slaty blue there.
Again, that's another nice one because you could actually use quite a dark blue on that as well. And that will show in the same way that you can go light and dark on the taupe one. You can have a lot of fun playing around with it.
Yeah, definitely. Gorgeous. What next shall we do? I found the black one now. Black. I found the black from the previous one. We'll go back to that in a second. That was just muddled in. So we've got grey, So grey, this is that taupey colour, that khaki colour.
Again, you can go light or dark with the thread. It looks really good, whichever you go for.
19.99, and they're really giftable as well, aren't they? Packaged like that with a skein of the thread, lovely, and a needle.
Yeah, you need about 100 metres of thread to do one of these, by the way.
Gotcha. So, and then the last one that we've got is the red. Very partial to that.
Yeah, I do love the red.
It's like a ruby.
It is. It's very intense. To me, it's a very sort of autumnal kind of red. It makes me think of those sort of really deep red apples or something like that.
I bought some apples, just slight off the point. I bought some the other day that were kind of yellowy green on the outside, and when I bit into it, the flesh was red.
Wow, that's interesting. I haven't tried those.
Red. I wasn't expecting it. And I was driving at the time.
I've got some pieces that I stitched actually off of those designs. Oh, again, where I've used colour.
I'll show you these.
So that one's a wisteria, and then this one here, which is
corn.
Well, it's rice actually, sheaves of rice.
Yes.
And then this one is the moon, plum and the moon. And then this one here seems very appropriate actually for Halloween. It's a bat and the crescent moon.
Oh.
I did the bat in purple on that one.
Oh gosh, look at that! Yeah, cool.
Quite dark, yeah.
Is that a traditional design?
It is. It is actually a traditional come-on crest. The crests that we did on the 2019 panels, they came from one of the quilts that I did for Japanese quilt blocks Mix and Match. But most of the designs for the 2020 panel, they came from things that I did with my Sashiko students. Sometimes people said, I'm doing a sampler quilt, I'm making it for my grandson or whatever, and he's into this or into that, whatever. And I would come up with a design that we could use. And sometimes you think, actually, that's a really, really good design. So it would be nice, to keep stitching it. And that's where most of the ones from this came from.
Fab. Right. Now, just want to quickly get in the rest of the panels that we've got. They're these ones over here.
Those are the limited edition colours.
Let me just check. We've got 4 seasons.
Yes.
That's these?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, which colour?
It's the same designs as the 2020s, by the way, but we printed them on, like say, limited edition fabric colours. There was only ever so many of them done. I can't quite remember how many, but I know they're not in stock anymore at Olympus. So
we've just got 8 of these. And some of these have sold out.
You better jump quick if you want
the
those.
indigo blue's already sold out. These are special limited edition patterns. You can only get that one's gone. Okay. So we'll get there. The computer's slow. Computer says no, Susan.
Oh dear.
Computer says no. Winter grey. That's this one, isn't it? Oh, that's lovely.
Actually, that's spring. That is spring.
That's spring.
Have you called it winter grey? That's the one I chose the spring colour. But it
Is
doesn't
it
really
both
matter.
Panels? Do you get both? No.
I'm sure you'd have to buy them separately. They'll probably be the same price as the others, I would think.
What?
Are they the same price?
What? Yeah, I've got the panel, but what is it? The one with the kanji on?
That is the one with the kanji character on that you've got there.
I know. It's the other one. Right, let me just grab the other one.
That's the geometric one you've got there. And the pattern on the geometric one is the same as the red geometric
so
we were just demoing
winter,
with.
Spring and autumn, okay. They're in a very muddled order, I'm afraid, Susan.
Oh, sorry.
I'm afraid so. I'm afraid so. So this is winter grey.
That's what you've called it, okay. It's actually the colour I chose for spring, but there you go. Oh no, we have got it right. That is correct. If that one is winter grey, that one is spring, definitely.
Okay. No one tells me nothing. Right, so let me grab that one then. So this is
the
winter grey.
The winter
so this
grey,
is green.
I think of it as a teal blue, that one.
Yeah.
That's how I think that one is.
Yeah, okay.
How I
Well, let me
describe
show
it.
you what it is anyway. Now we finally got there.
I guess what's a little bit confusing, you see, Olympus just give them colour numbers. They don't actually give them a name, a colour name in Japanese. So we have to sort of make it up.
So this is actually the panel that you were just working on, isn't it?
That is exactly the same panel as the red one that I was just demoing on. It's got a
But
lovely
this is
woven
printed
pattern.
on that slubby fabric.
That is on the teal blue version. Yeah.
Yeah, and that is what's limited edition about this. It's the fabric that it's printed on.
We're not going to do a print run on that colour again. It was just done as a limited run.
It's gorgeous.
And I thought it was really fun. And actually, what I've done, what I'm doing at home at the moment, I've started work only as far as actually cutting out and edging the panels, mind you. I haven't actually started stitching them. I started work on some panels for 2 sampler quilts, and I'm using 6 different panels. I'm using 3 of the 2019 and 3 of the 2020 each time. So for the 2019 ones, I'm using the regular colours, and for the 2020 ones, I'm using the limited edition colours, and I'm putting them all together. I'm doing one just with the geometrics, and one just with the with the Camon crests. So for my Camon crests, I'm sort of going like an autumnal kind of look for them. I know not all the flowers and things are from autumn, but I'm colouring them up in that kind of way, in sort of fruity kind of colours. And then for the geometric one, I'm going for the teal blue, the winter one, the olivey kind of green, that summer green, that yellowy. I'm using the purple one. Sorry, not the yellow, the purple. And then I'm using the taupe, the green, and the slate blue out of the 2019. So I'm just sort of shading through them all, and coming lots of different colours. Yeah.
Right. Next up, I'm going to show you. This is the Camon crest, again in that winter grey.
Yeah, the winter grey that's like a teal blue kind of colour, really.
That's what threw
it's
me.
subtly different to the slate blue, you see, but you can combine the two
it is.
and get a really lovely effect with it.
That would be lovely, actually. That's
alternating
beautiful.
Between the two.
So that's that sort of really deep teal green. It's absolutely gorgeous. And this is the one that's got the bat with the crescent moon.
Yeah,
the
that's the one
rice.
That's got the bat on it. It's got the rice.
It's got blossoms.
It's got 2 ginkgo leaves. I said I find it hard not to put ginkgo leaves on them because I really love them. And it's got the names of the seasons in Japanese.
Yes.
And the 4 Hitome's Ashi designs on it as well.
Great.
Yeah, so quite a few different designs on there.
Fabulous. Okay, I'll move that one on. Next up, let's do...
Which colour's coming next?
Autumn mustard.
That's the mustardy one.
Yes,
yeah, I love
this is the traditional, this is those gorgeous geometric designs. So you get a choice really between the two. So you're either going for the Camon crests or you're going for the traditional, which is the more geometric designs.
I would say actually
I think this might be my favourite.
I love that one. And it goes very, very well with the mustardy stripe as well that we were showing earlier on. The thing about the yellow again is you can use a darker thread or you can use a lighter thread on it.
Yes, you could.
Again, it would look terrific with dark blue or even black. Wow, it would look stunning. There's so many different things you can do with them.
Beautiful. This is a lovely design here. Look at this one, which is kind of like elongated hexagons with like a little cross in the centre. That's beautiful. I think that would be amazing done as the lid of a box.
Well, that's something else. Again, you could use all kinds of different things for them. I couldn't put my hands on these particular ones that I stitched last year. They're buried somewhere in my workroom. But I decided I wanted to do the crest designs and make them sort of work really well with, sorry, not the crest designs, the geometrics, make them work really, really well with the crests. So I kind of turned them into a circular design. And I just got a circle template, positioned it right in the middle of the block, a big one, and drew all the way around it and just stitched what was inside the circle.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking
and then when you wash the lines out, you've got the pattern,
a circle,
but it's within a circle. Yeah. So you can play around with them in all kinds of ways like that.
Yeah, you really can. Yeah, beautiful. So this is the Camon crests in that beautiful sort of autumny deep gold. It's like an antique gold. And I love the fact that because this is sort of like a shot cotton. It has that sort of, I don't know, that almost like a shimmer to it. It doesn't have a shimmer, but it has the illusion.
It has great depth, doesn't it?
Really does. It's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, I'm excited to get started stitching with these. They are beautiful.
You are going to have a go, you know.
I will have to be quick though, because they are flying. Well done if you've managed to get yours. Now next up we're going to do Summer in dark green, the traditional. So I'm going to grab that.
I think of that as a slightly more olivey green colour
Yeah,
than the
and
other
it's a
green.
different dark green to the other ones we've seen. So you could mix the two together, couldn't you?
You could put the two together and it'd be very, very subtle, the difference between the two.
Do like that though. So this is that green. But if I just for a moment grab the other dark green, I know it's inside a plastic bag, but I mean, you'll get the sense. Do you see the difference in the colour, the
Have
dark?
one of those.
Oh, brilliant, thank you.
That's not in a plastic bag, that's the same one. That's
so this
exactly
is the same green stitched out. So they would work really well together. This is the limited edition one that I've got right here. Gorgeous. Now then, what about those crests in the same colour? Mix and match, create your quilt, your wall hanging using a mixture of these. You could even combine different colours together for much more of a patchwork look, couldn't you?
Well,
You could do all 4 colours. Yeah, exactly right. So there's the Camon crests. And then we've got one more colourway, which is that indigo?
That's the purpley one.
That's kind of the purplish grey.
Yeah, it's a purplish grey.
Purple grey?
Lilac-y purple.
Right, okay. We've only got the crest available in that colourway.
Right.
That's really lovely. I'm going to check.
It's very subtle, that colour. Well,
yes, indeed. JW56. It is a subtle colour. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. There we go. That's that colour. Gosh, I'd like a jacket or a shirt made out of that. That's lovely. Susan, let's get stitching.
Well, yeah, we've got a little bit of time to play about a bit more stitching. I said I was going to give you a go on this, didn't I? Let's see how you get on.
I'm in the mood for a bit of mindful stitching now.
Yeah, we'll see how you get on with it. There you go. So I'll tell you what, I'll bring the needle through to the front.
Now, actually, confession time. I don't think I've ever told you this, but many, many years ago, it must have been really early on. Actually, I didn't realise you'd started Sashiko in about 2000. 2000.
Yeah, it was the Millennium New Year.
I came up. I can't remember where it was exactly. I think it was at Festival of Quilts.
Might have been.
But it was like a taste. We sat on the stand, and there were 2 ladies from Japan who were there, and it was
a very big display.
Yeah,
that was the first festival of Quilts.
And I sat down there and did some Sashiko.
Gosh. Well, you met my friends from Use a Sashiko Guild then. That was them.
Okay,
it was before they called themselves Use a Sashiko Guild, because back then they were Peaceful Heart Quilt Group, and then they renamed themselves.
I remember they told me to unpick quite a lot.
I tell you what, they're quite tough teachers.
They're strict,
they're very good.
But I mean, the standard of Japanese quilt making is
the standard of their work is absolutely astonishing. I mean, Reiko, who's the leader of the group, she's been doing Sashiko now for something like 40 years or more. Go on, have a little go. See how you get on. Yeah. You're pleating the fabric on the tip of the needle and following the little stitches. And I'm sure you'll take this really well. I was determined to get you having a go. I'm quite pleased with myself.
No, I'm not picking up enough thread here.
Let's have a look. Now try and go actually with the stitches, but don't worry, because we can undo it.
Did you hear that, everyone? We're going to unpick.
It can easily be undone. Yeah. In
fact, you do make it look easy.
Well, it's practice. It's like anything, it's practice.
Yeah, that's very true. And, I'm only picking up little threads, and I wonder, I would probably feel more comfortable with a thimble on my
Well, the thing is, that's the thing is, if you're used to using a thimble, just use one. There is actually a traditional Japanese, 2 different traditional Japanese thimbles you can get. One is what they call a coin thimble. It sort of sits here on your palm. And there's a leather version of that. Actually, it's one of the things I sell on the website, but that's pretty good. But I don't really use it very much. I find I'm okay without it. And the other one is a ring thimble. They're both called yubinuki, and the ring thimble goes around the second section of your your middle finger.
Right.
But it means you have to sort of stitch with your finger kind of in like sort of knuckle kind of shape like that.
Yes.
And it feels really weird if you're not used to it. Really, really strange. How are you getting on anyway?
Am I going all the way to the very end?
You can if you want. If it doesn't come out great, we can unpick it. In fact,
You're not setting the bar very high, Susan Briscoe, are you? You've mentioned unpicking.
Well, yeah, but this is it. You know, if it doesn't, it's easy enough to undo. It really is. And just redo it until you're really happy with it. And that's another thing, you know, about doing a sampler with small squares. If you do a bit and you think, oh, that's not too great, you can always go back and redo it.
Yeah. I think you probably want to keep
good.
that,
Let's have a
actually.
look.
Well, I'm just going to...
I will, and then I'll
Now,
say, and this is a bit that Stuart did.
Now I'm going to
This is
pull
the
that
famous
through.
bit. You're
I'm
going to pull it through, but you've let it go a bit tight there.
Well, then I'm going to smooth it
Smooth
out.
it out. I think it went a bit tight on that
Did
little
it?
loop on the back.
Oh,
Did
yeah,
it go a
it
bit
did.
tight?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, but you can just pull
Sorry.
that back a bit. It doesn't need to be very loose, just a little bit loose like that. That's
Yeah.
okay.
And then I'm going to hold that and I'm going to smooth.
Yeah,
Oh, I get the
smooth it out.
smoothing out bit now.
Yeah,
You're
well,
looking in
that's a bit
horror.
long. Hang on, we'll just. Oops. Just pull that.
Oh, I feel
Oops.
like I'm back in 2000. Unpick it.
Oh boy,
Unpick
sorry.
it.
No. I'm just gonna pull that up a little bit 'cause it's a
Yeah.
little bit bigger than it needs to be.
Yeah.
That's okay. And then ease it out like that.
Yeah.
Hey, you know that is pretty good. That is very good actually.
Is that all right?
I'm going to leave that in. Yeah, I'm going to leave that in. I might have to put a label on it so I know which bit you did. and which I
Susan
didn't do.
Briscoe, I feel 7 feet tall right now. Thank you very much.
I hope you're going to keep doing it. You know.
I love doing
it's
it.
Lovely.
It's very.
It's a lot of fun.
It is fun.
It's
And
relaxing.
I just think it looks so beautiful.
Yeah.
It looks calm.
There's a little joining knot as well that you can do. You know, say you run out of thread. I'm going to demo it very quickly. Where's my scissors? Oh, have you got a pair of
Please.
those? I've got a pair of log strings. Oh, there we go. I'll just chop that off. Pretend I got to the end of the thread and I didn't, but just pretend I did. So I'm going to snip that off. Because, you know, that gathering it up business, you can kind of overshoot how much thread you've got at the end and ease it out. So anyway, have you got the overhead camera on me? Brilliant. There's this little joining knot, and I've done this a few times before on TV, but I'll do it again. It's called a hatamasubi or a loom knot. You need to hold the fabric with your first finger and your thumb on top of the fabric. And for people watching this later on YouTube, you can keep running this bit back and forwards again and again until you get it. You need to do that because you need to be able to hold these little ends. You know, so I've got the new end. I put the new end down like that against the fabric. Hold it with my finger and, well, my first finger, my middle finger. Then bend the old end like that, so they're crossed over. Make a loop with the new bit of thread, pretending it's a new bit of thread. It isn't, it's just the rest of it. Yeah, lift it up. Put your thumb down again quick. Go underneath the new end, over the old end. Put the old end through the loop like that, and then you pull. And that will give you a knot that won't come out.
Oh, yeah.
So you've got to join it, and it's a very, very flat knot, and you really can't feel it on the back afterwards. But you do need to hold the little ends, because if you don't, if you let go of them, they'll sort of undo themselves. So I'll just do it again quickly. So there's the new end, there's the old end. Put the old end over the new, make a loop, go over, under the new end. Sorry, under the new, over the old. Bend the old end through the loop like that, hold it, and pull. And that won't come out. And when you get really good with it, you can actually tie it with about 1/4 of an inch of thread left.
Amazing.
But usually when I demo it, I leave the ends a bit longer because otherwise my fingers are so close you can't see what's going on.
I'm having a drinks party just before Christmas. Would you be available to go around table by table doing that?
That little knot.
Gorgeous. You are clever.
No, you can learn to do it. You can do it, and you can do it, Stuart.
Oh,
you know.
my capacity to learn is much reduced
those are
these
nice
days.
threads.
Are they yummy?
They are very nice.
This is the Fab Sashiko Essentials from Orifil. Yeah, they are rather lovely. I'll just show them to you actually. $47.99. They're Orifil. They're 50 weight. 12 weight.
They're 12 weight.
12 weight.
12 weight.
They're real thick weight. Yeah, lovely, gorgeous. Now, would you hand sew with those, Susan, or would you machine sew with
I
them?
think you can actually machine with them.
Yeah, in the bobbin. In the
well,
top.
I think if you get a big enough needle, you can actually do it in the top.
Yes, I'd do
But-
that in the top.
Excuse this horrendous tangled mess I'm going to throw you at the moment. This, I know, that's the end of a big skein of fine Sashiko thread. Now that is about the same thickness as the number 12
Oh,
Orifil.
okay.
And I
I was
think
just about to ask, because a kitten played with this, but was it Glenn? You can tell me.
It's the end of a skein. It's probably one that I've had out in a class sometime, you know, when I've been teaching at one of the shows doing a 1 hour taste or whatever, because they end up so tangled, the skeins. Because normally when you open a skein out, what you do is you plait it like that, so it looks all neat and tidy.
Yeah.
And that'll have gone out on the table like that, but by the time half a dozen people have pulled loads of threads out, it comes out as a tangled mess. But I can get the thread out of that.
Do you just give that to Glyn to keep him quiet? Say untangle that, love.
I've just given you a really bad one, haven't I?
You really have.
There is actually, but yes, I can still find a thread and just pull it out like that.
Oh yeah. I was going to say you could still use that.
I should put it back into the plait. Yes. But if you put it in a plait, it organises it. That kind of thread.
Brilliant.
But of course, on the spool, you don't need to.
Susan,
it's just there.
It's been an amazing morning.
It has. It's been lovely.
Thank you so much for sharing so much of your knowledge.
Oh, well, thanks for inviting me on the show.
And your love of this beautiful craft, this art form. It's just gorgeous, and I love to hear the story as well of how you were inspired to start.
It's just addictive. That's what it gets down to, Yeah. Anyway, now I'm going to zoom over to Chipping Norton.
Yes. And off to Chippy.
Yes.
My old neck of the woods. Gorgeous.
So
well, enjoy.
Nice. I will.
Have a successful. Is it just today?
It is just today.
Okay.
Yeah. And next weekend we've actually got a full weekend event in Edinburgh.
Oh, lovely. I'm coming to Edinburgh soon. Sadly, not next weekend.
It's all on the World Textile Day website.
Amazing. All right. Well, thank you so much, Susan.
Thank you.
And thank you for launching your brand new book, Sashiko 365, with us today on Sewing Street. Been amazing. Don't leave it 2 years, will you? Don't be a stranger.
No. I will be back way before that, honestly. I've got ideas, and one of them is whether I could sort of take the format of the Sashiko courses I used to do and could maybe do an on-air version of that. But there's lots of things to talk about,
Amazing.
I need a willing student. I'm looking at you. I think you'd be perfect.
Awesome. Job done. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Susan. And happy travels this afternoon to Chippy Norton.
Thank you.
We're going to be back after a short break with Kids You Love. Stay with us for the last hour.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back for our final hour on Sewing Street. This morning's been awesome. It's been so great to spend 2 hours with Susan Briscoe. Absolutely love her, known her for, well, more than 20 years. Brilliant. So good to see her back here on the channel. Now, this hour is all about kits you'll love. These are kits that we've seen over about the last 2 weeks or so, including some brand new launches, including this one right here, which is from Delphine Brooks. This is an absolute, literal ray of sunshine. It's called Going Down of the Sun, and it is a beautifully sort of arty piece which is been rendered into a form that we as quilters, we as patchworkers can really readily tap into. So this is very accessible art quilting and a beautiful wall hanging. Now this would look wonderful in anyone's sitting room or hallway, just as a beautiful piece of artwork, you know, quilted artwork. But I also think this would be really lovely to make for maybe a WI or a church group. I think it's got, you know, there's that whole kind of rising and setting sun's got real significance, hasn't it, spiritually as well as from an artistic point of view. I know that when Delphine was designing this, she was very much thinking about those words at the going down of the sun, we will remember them, and very much thinking about this for Remembrance Day. But I think this has got all sorts of applications. You might make this in memory of somebody as a very special tribute. This could just be going in your, you know, your breakfast room or your kitchen because it's beautiful and sunny. Now what you're getting here is you're getting a full kit. You're getting your full instructions from Delphine. You've got placement diagrams. You've got all of your techniques in there. And let me just explain very briefly how this is pieced together. Okay, so this is done as a sort of stitch and quilt in one step. So what you do is you actually have templates for the wedge shapes. Some of them are pieced, some of them are plain. In terms of piecing, it's literally strips of fabric sewn together, so get easy peasy, great. And then you will put these templates on top and recut. Again, very, very easy to do. And then you're going to start with a piece of quilt batting, and you're actually going to stitch and flip your strips onto the batting. So you're stitching it, you're quilting it in one step. Very, very clever technique. Beautiful piece of work, and also very adaptable. You're getting all of your fabrics included as well. For $29.99, I kid you not. You've got that beautiful blue mottle there. You've got that tangerine mottle. You've got this amazing inky blue indigo mottle. You've got this fabulous golden yellow, an apricot orange, and this beautiful, sparkling, shining sunshine yellow too. So you get all of those fabrics, you get 1/2 metre of each. Now, just to let you know, Delphine demoed this on the 13th of October. 13th of October. There's Delphine with her strips, and they are literally just straight strips of fabric that you sew together, and then you lay your template on top. I think I might have said it at the time, I would use freezer paper, because then what you can do is with those templates you can iron that template to your fabric and then just rotary cut either side. Use a ruler still, but it makes it very easy. Your template won't slip or move. Now Delphine did just put a tiny little bit of white into her wall hanging, which you don't get included in your kit, but I think we've all got a bit of white in our stash, haven't we? Just gorgeous. So full demo on the 13th. Full kit though for $29.99 is incredible value. If you think about it, $9.99 for the kit, for the pattern, and then you're paying just £20 for 6.5 meters of not solid, but this beautiful mottled fabric, 2 blues and 2 yellows and 2 oranges. Absolutely glorious. What a wonderful kit that is. Great piece of work. All right, next up, let's move on. Natural. Ooh, natural. This is absolutely a bit of me. Oh my goodness. Where's this been hiding? Wow, is that $88.99? That is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. Danish design. Wow. Now this creates a quilt which is 55 inches by 72 inches, 12 blocks. It's the same block, would you believe, the same block repeated throughout. Just goes to show how different colour placement can really change the look of a finished quilt. All right, just beautiful. So you've just got 12 blocks, they're sashed together, and then that creates this really wonderful single bed size quilt. Now let me show you the fabrics that you get included, because you get everything that you need for the top and the binding. So you get this wonderful, it's almost like a linen look in like a taupe. That is gorgeous. You get that same fabric in more of a, I want to say like a sort of tobacco gold. Yeah, lovely. Tobacco's a colour as well, isn't it? You've got like an elephant grey. These are delish. And then check out these fabrics. These are what you're going to use to make your blocks. I think these are stunning. Absolutely stunning fabrics. I've never seen these fabrics before. If I saw these in a shop, I'd be all over them. I'd be buying these in 1/2 metre pieces. These are gorgeous. Wow. Why haven't I seen these before? Heads will roll. Wow, with the butterflies as well. That is a bit of me there. That is beautiful. Now, just so you can get a sense of the size of this quilt, here's a little bit of footage. Oh, it's Catherine. John's behind the quilt at the moment, just to explain. Honestly, what's he like? Beautiful, that is lovely. I'd make that in these fabrics, without a doubt. It's gorgeous. Did John take the quilt? You're kidding. Oh, John Scott. I didn't even realise that was an option. When you're John Scott, it's an option, isn't it? Wow. Oh, that's lovely. Lovely. Now, speaking of John Scott, the legend that is John Scott, let's do John's big clock. We have got the panel. Now then, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's here. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Do you know, this place would grind to a halt without Kat. Thank you, darling. Absolutely wonderful. Right, so this is very, very special, exclusive panel. It's John Scott's Emporium. What's he like? Honestly, look at this. Ta-da! Hiya! Hi! I love it. I can just hear him saying, sold out, $9.99. I love it. John Scott's Emporium. Oh, well, this is lovely. Look, with a fabulous mocktail in his hand, having a little sup on holiday. And then there's a selection of course, the cats, little hanging baskets. John Scott's Emporium. Look, there's the door. This is fab. This is the background to the clock. And then you've got all these different dresses and a basque, a little bit of millinery there. That's lovely. Oh wow, now I absolutely love all of these. Look at these rainbow prints, they are glorious. Plus all your numbers. You've got two different sets of numbers, so you could mix and match, or you could use one or t'other. So you get all of that, plus instructions, but also look, you get your clock mechanism as well. You get that included for $14.98. You know, absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I do love the fact that you get a couple of little John Scotts. That's just fab. Yep, sold out. Moving on. Now what? Now I just know this job will go, right, what's next? Wouldn't it? It's casual, moving on, right, what's next? Sold out. Right, it hasn't actually sold out, but I think it soon will. All right, oh my goodness, love John. Let's do some EPP, let's do it. Amazing value that though, $14.98, and you get the clock mechanism. It's brilliant. Right, Jenny Jackson. All right, Jenny Jackson, we absolutely adore. She does the most amazing English paper piecing and foundation paper piecing kits. This is the Panda Cushion, an English paper piecing pattern by Jenny Jackson. What you're getting here is you're getting your full instructions, you're getting your bag with all of the paper pieces, and they're from that sort of special, you know, paper that you can work around. Then you're getting your exclusive panel, and on your panel, these are ever so clever. All right. Can I just be a little bit controversial for a second? Well, there's your cushion that you're going to make, which is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? So beautiful, full of character, absolutely lovely. I'd make this, okay? I'd buy two, I'd make this, but I would also layer and quilt this as it is, because I think that looks incredibly cool. I love the fact that this panda is kind of fractured into these elongated hexagons. I know that there are some little bits of elements that are kind of a little bit repeated slightly, but I think that's so cool. I think it's so cool, and I would actually layer and quilt that, trim the edges square. Of course, you get some fabric included on the panel for creating the back of your cushion, but you could also use that instead to create a border around said quilt. And then you could put the two together, or you could either have it as a little wall hanging or as a larger cushion. But if you want to go with the actual pattern and method, what you're going to do is cut those patches down. You're going to use your paper templates that you have included in your kit, and then English paper piece the image, which is just beautiful. And then there's your finished backing as well. It all goes together. Fabulous. Okay, right. Leopard next. Jenny, of course, is doing a whole series of these cushions featuring different endangered species and just beautiful. So this is the leopard cushion. Don't know if we've got finished samples for all of these, but we've got pictures anyway, which is grand. So there's the leopard. I think the background to that is absolutely superb. I love that. I'll show you the panel again. And again, you know, make your choice here. You might get 2 of these. That is stunning. Now, what I love about this one in particular is the background, because I think that is super cool. Absolutely super cool. This is so lovely. This is like sort of, is it Monstera leaves or, you know, kind of tropical leaves? Our producer Ben's our plant expert. He's our resident plant dad. Are they Monstera? Let's go yes. Good. And love the backing. Look at that. Hello, lovely. Mine's a port and lemon. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. And of course you also get all of your paper piecing elongated hexagons. You get your full instructions as well from Jenny Jackson, all included in your kit for $24.99. Giraffes. Giraffes. Oh, now what did we find out earlier on? A group of giraffes is called. See, it's in and out. I have to have a look now. This is the giraffe. Absolutely lovely, isn't it? That image. Fabulous. A cower. A tower. A tower of giraffes. I don't remember that actually. That's brilliant. Oh, I love it. Again, I just love that fractured image. Now again, you could quilt it in between the lines. You could also quilt around the motifs, which would really help to kind of bring them together as well. It's very, very clever. Very, very clever. Yeah. And then of course you get your backing fabric to create your cushion with. And then look, you've even got some bonus images of the giraffe, plus all your paper pieces and your full instructions as well. Everything's complete. You just need a reel of thread and a sharp needle. And that's it. Very portable, very relaxing to do. Glue stick's not a bad idea actually, because a lot of English paper pieces now glue their fabrics to their paper shapes rather than tacking them. But you can go old school and tack them if you prefer. Low tech, gorgeous, it's the best. Let's do elephant. Let's do the elephant. All right. Oh, I wish you could have heard that at home, everybody. Was that Bruce? Oh no, no, it wasn't Bruce. It was Ben. Just did. Do you know, it's literally, I could be there. I could be there. He's doing elephant noises in my ear. It's marvellous. Wow, that image is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. The colours, that brick red in the background, those greens, it's perfect. And also the texture in the skin of the elephant, because I think that is very important, isn't it, to the elephant? The texture of the skin is very recognisable. It is so tactile. You could add little bits of embroidery once you'd made this panel up, because they also have hair, don't they, on their head and down their trunk. There's quite a lot of hair on there. Beautiful, intelligent, very calm naturally, I think. The shapes are great too, aren't they? It's not all kind of your regular granny flower garden hexagon, you know, different shapes. Jenny's really, you know, mixed things up with these. Oh, let's finish with the tiger. Tiger, tiger, burning bright. It's a gorgeous poem, that, isn't it? Let's open up the panel. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, licking his little paw. See what I mean about not cutting this up? I need 2 of these panels. One because I want to cut it up and piece it, but one because I want to keep it like that. That would make the most incredible banner, or a bag actually, like the front of a bag. Can you imagine? So cool. We've made them all up into cushions, but of course you can use these for anything you like. You could absolutely use these and create a quilt. Imagine you get the tiger, the lion, the giraffe, the elephant and so on, and then you piece them together maybe with some sashing and create a quilt. Amazing. Absolutely amazing, and something you can work on over a period of time. You get your front panel, you get your backing for your cushion, you also get your bonus images there, full instructions, all of your paper templates in there as well, everything complete. Just add a reel of thread and a needle, that's it. Very portable, really, really popular, this one. It is a beautiful image, isn't it, of the tiger. Definitely looks like we've caught him unawares. I suspect a moment later the tables will turn and we'll wish we hadn't caught him unawares, or her, but for the moment we can appreciate her beauty. Gorgeous. Okay, yes, that's this one here, isn't it? Oh, it's lovely. I like this. So I'll put the blue to one side because that one's sold out, but this one, great. Yeah, no, this is lovely. Now I want to show you first of all, I've never seen this quilt actually. That's gorgeous. This is from Wendy Orlando. Oh, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Look at that. It's called the Ribbon Tree Applique Quilt Topper. Gorgeous ribbon effect applique tree topper. It's quick to make. It's not to go on a tree though, it's not a tree topper. With easy to follow instructions, it's a perfect project to begin your quilting journey. So it's a quilt, and the finished size of the quilt. Oh, it doesn't say. Great. Well, we'll show you some images. Oh, here we go. 47 inches by 62.5 inches. So a really good size to top a bed with, or to have as a wall hanging. Here's some images. Oh, that's lovely. Now the navy one's sold out, but we've got the traditional Christmas colours available, but we've literally got 2 left. So let me show you those quickly before they sell out. So what you've got is, you've got your background fabric. So you've got your cream fabric, you get 2 meters of that. You also get your solid green, you get a metre of that. You're going to use that for things like some of the piecing, some of the binding, I think. And then you're also going to get your panel. So this is a pre-printed 2.5 inch strip panel, and this is those gorgeous traditional Christmas colours. Well, I say traditional, it's been kind of mellowed, it's a little bit kind of woodlands, kind of Northwoods theme, if you know that. You've got your kind of, it's almost like a barn red, like a brick red, with robins and Christmas trees, little baubles as well, holly leaves and berries. It's got that kind of plaid look as well. So also quite, you know, sort of, it could be made to have a bit more of a masculine feel to it because of those plaids. I'm mad for plaid at the moment, I tell you. You should have seen me yesterday. I was rocking the American Dad look, I really was. But you get all of that included for $49.99. Sort of image you can't really get out of your head, isn't it? Yeah, it's true. And of course you get your full pattern as well. From Wendy Orlando, we love her. That demo, by the way, if you want to see the full demo, 27th, beg your pardon, the 27th of this month of October. So literally yesterday, day before yesterday, Thursday. Right, that's that. But literally 2 left. Let's do a bit of cross stitch guild. Lovely, thank you. Now this beautiful image is called Poppy and Wheat. So gorgeously traditional, would work really nicely. Kitchen, dining room, sitting room. It's worked on linen, 28 count linen. You get that fabric included. Isn't that a gorgeous colour? You get that fabric included. I'll open and show you. And Jane's kits are absolutely marvellous, aren't they? You get your linen, you get all of your threads pre-sorted, so you don't have to start doing that. I mean, they're just delicious colours. Look at those to start with. They absolutely ooze poppy, don't they? Poppy and wheat. You get your needle included as well, so no faffing about trying to find the right sort of needle. Jane's included that. And then you get your full-size chart, papava. Why don't you papava for a cup of coffee and a cake? I'm in all afternoon. Combination of cross stitch and back stitch, so very simple to do. If you've never worked on even weave linen before, Jane gave me a little bit of a masterclass, but you've got full instructions there as well. It's actually a lot easier to do than I thought it was going to be, and it looks so impressive when cross stitch is done on linen. It's beautiful. All of that for £20.99. What a great project to get you through the winter. Cosy knitted, crocheted, quilted blankie over your lap. Yeah, that in a hoop or out of a hoop. You don't have to cross stitch in a hoop. Again, Jane told me that, so it's true. And just stay cosy. Yeah. Good bit of lighting near you. I mentioned that because we've got brand new native lighting actually coming up tomorrow. Yeah, we've got that tomorrow. Good lighting is where it's at. I thought, you know, my days of being able to cross stitch were coming to an end because I was really struggling. See what I was doing? Turns out I just needed better lighting. Hurrah! I don't even need like the glasses or anything. Just needed better lighting. That was the key. Anyway, right, Delphine. Lovely. Yes, thank you. Now that one and that one are the same, aren't they? Oh, that's the fox, right. Oh, this is cool. Oliver the Owl. Wow, that's really cool. Love that. So this is Oliver the Owl. It's raw edged applique from Delphine Brooks. That's delish, look at that. Now this is a different colourway I'm going to show you, but I just want you to see the image. That is amazing. That is absolutely incredible, isn't it? The depth in there, fabulous. So now the version that we've got is done on like a soft robin egg blue background. Okay, and then you're going to use these fabrics. So these are a bit more pastel, peachy, apricot, oranges. There's some soft pink in there, some greens as well. It's going to work absolutely beautifully with this design. You've got your full-size instructions as well that go through the process. Look at those eyes watching you. How to build up the image, and of course as well full-size templates for all of your fusible applique pieces. So literally all you need to add is some Bondo web and some thread, and then you can build up that picture of Oliver the Owl. Amazing. £29.99. That is like a workshop with Delphine in kit form, isn't it? Lovely. 20th of October if you want to watch the demo for that. Now then, let's move on to the fox. This is Felicity. This is Felicity the fox. Oh, she's cute. This is cute. And really like that detail of the tail peeping into the cushion. So this gives you an idea as well about how the colourway works. This is the same colourway. You've got that gorgeous robin egg blue background, and then you've got the same charm pack from Free Spirit, from K Facet, with those lovely soft, almost sort of like sugared almond colours. Bonbonnieries, beautiful. And then you've got your full pattern as well for Felicity the Fox. So you could easily make a matching pair, or actually I think this would work really, really well in a children's room, wouldn't it? It'd be great to make. You've got your placement guide. And then you've got your full-sized patterns there as well. So if you wanted to do a smaller version, Delphine told me this actually, if you want to do a smaller version with your scraps, you can use the placement guide and you can cut yourself templates from those as well. Or wouldn't that size look absolutely gorgeous on the front of a bag, on like a bag flap? You could actually applique those onto a bag flap. Lots of ideas that you can do with those. Now, a little message for Susan who's watching, who's sent in a query. Could you please tell us the code? If you tell us the code and we'll find the product. Thank you. All right, I'll leave that with you. Now, next up, what shall we do? Shall we do? Yes, let's do some Alice Caroline. Lovely. Thank you, Kat. Now, this is the Alice Caroline Tree of Life wall hanging or quilt. One of the most, actually, interestingly, quilt history, the Tree of Life was a really popular design quite early on in English quilt making, when very expensive chintz fabrics were cut out, often broderie purse style, so whole images of flowers would be cut out and then appliqued to a white or a cream background. And this Tree of Life imagery with fruits and flowers, birds and butterflies was incredibly popular. Alice Caroline have updated that using beautiful Liberty fabrics on a gorgeous crisp cream background. Have a look at these fabrics that you're getting included. They are sumptuous. I think if you're a lover of Liberty fabrics, this is going to absolutely wet your whistle. Isn't this lovely? Do it, Ben. Do it. I agree. Hayley was on the other day, who's our boss, and she reduced the price of this. So Ben's just gone completely rogue. He's just thrown his mug across the room and said, I'm doing it now too. So you've just made a £10 saving. $79.99 for the Alice Caroline Tree of Life kit. Size-wise, this is 32 inches wide, 42 inches deep. This would be a beautiful quilt, I think, to make for a baby or a new family member. I think it would also be absolutely beautiful to make as a wedding gift or an engagement gift, because it's that whole Tree of Life, isn't it? It's about emphasising the kind of new life, the new beginnings, or maybe the bringing together of two families, you know, or the welcoming of a new member to a family. It's got lots of significance. It's a beautiful piece of work. Again, fusible applique, so very accessible, beginner level. And but what you're going to do is you're actually going to work on the whole background piece. Now, my recommendation for that would be definitely to do your trunk and branch first. Get that fused down and stitched down first before you start adding anything. I know it's very tempting to fuse all the butterflies and leaves, but on something as big as this, they'll probably start peeling off before you get to them. So do your trunk and branches first, and then maybe add some flowers rather, and they build up. They're in layers, so start with the background and build them up. Gorgeous. Lots of you getting on board for that one. Okay, so Susan Hampshire has asked for the, got it here, Scrappy Hexy Zippy Slip Pouch. That rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Oh, it's lovely. Oh, that is lovely. Is this a finished one? Oh, that's yummy. Look, pockets, hand warmers. Beautiful. And then look, more zip pockets at either end. So keep your EPP or your crochet or whatever you're working on. That is absolutely delightful. And then all of these hexagons are all pieced together, quilted, bound. That is lovely. So let me show you what you're getting in the kit, because it's not actually that colourway that we've got. You get your full instructions, you get all of your papers that you need for your shapes, and then you get your fabrics. Now let me just show you. This is the pink and teal version. Absolutely stonking colourway. That is beautiful. So you've got all your elements there that you're going to use, front and back of your pouch, the linings. Look at all these hexagons that you're getting. I'd buy this just to get those. They are stunning. Susan, I hope this was the one you wanted. Absolutely lovely. And you've got inside edge of zip pocket. Look, it's all labelled up for you. Very straightforward, but you get your full instructions anyway. And of course as well, you could use that pattern to remake this. I don't know whether the sizes for each individual piece are given in the pattern. I'll have a quick look. But even if they weren't, you could measure the pieces on the panel, couldn't you, before you start sewing, and then remake them. Oh no, look, they're all written out, all the sizes. So just brill. That's a project I would make and make and make. Very giftable as well. Lovely. Oh, Susan, I'm glad you brought that up. We might not have got to that. Yeah, let's do some Studio 77. Oh, this looks cool. Oh, now I'm liking the look of this. Yeah. Oh, let's do the backpack. Let's do the backpack. You know me, I love a bag. Okay, so, well, and you know I love Tula Pink as well. So we've got this glorious flamingo fabric, pretty in pink. That is gorge. Then you've got your little pink stars, your PU in that gorgeous dusky pink. And then look at this, here's your Lunar backpack from Studio 77. So you're going to make a backpack. It's an intermediate to advanced sewing pattern, so not a first bag pattern, but definitely something, well, I always say committed beginner. You know what I mean? Because I know sometimes we want to just do a simple make, we don't want to have to think, or if you're a beginner, you want the most basic things, that's cool, I get that. But also sometimes, you know, if you're prepared to read a bit, digest a bit, watch a few YouTube videos, cut a bit of scrap fabric, have a little go, practice, and then go back to it. I don't see any reason why a committed beginner couldn't make this bag too. So, you know what? Have a go. Have a go. Yeah, it's true, it's true. But I also recognise that sometimes you do just want something which is basics, very basic skills. And this wouldn't be it. So if you're a beginner who wants just very basic skills, no. But there's no reason why you shouldn't get this for when you're a couple of bags down the line and you're ready for something that is a little more challenging. Now let's do the other Studio 77. I love the combo as well, don't you? Of traditional quilting fabrics with perhaps traditional bag making fabrics. We had PU in that one. This one is some Tula Pink fabrics, quilt weight, and also then some delicious cork. Now this is quite a medium open cork design with a bit of silver mixed in, but it's nice and subtle. Can you see? It's not really in your face. It's gorgeous. If you've never sewn with cork before, it's very easy to sew. You don't need a special needle. You do need one which is sharp. So something like a universal is okay. A Microtex is better. And I would go with a 90 for sewing this project together. Size 90. You've got your quilt weight fabrics as well. Delish. And then the bag you're going to make is the Meow bag from Sew 77. Beg your pardon. A fun cat-shaped crossbody bag. It's cute, isn't it? Meow. Okay, next up, craft storage bag from Helen Newton. Now we've got this in a pink and we've got it in a blue. I'm just going to grab this down. So this is the version in the blue, but I'm going to show you the, well, I'll show you the blue first, shall I? Yeah, I'll show you the blue. Right, so what you've got here, drawstring top, So that's brilliant, especially if you're doing something like knitting or crochet and you want your stuff to be kept nice and safe. You've got your little handles as well, and then look at all these wonderful appliques, free motion appliques from Helen Newton. She really is the master of her craft, isn't she? Love the little pin cushion and the balls of yarn and the buttons. It's just adorable, isn't it? Love it, love it, love it, love it. Needles and hooks, patchwork, dressmaking, scissors, there's that little sewing machine, the whole shebang. Right, let me show you what you get in the kit. So, full-size instructions first of all those lovely appliques. Now, of course, you're going to use these on Helen Newton's craft storage bag, but you could also use those to embellish little purses and other different bags. You could use them on quilts or on a cushion. I mean, use these shapes however you like, and then you get full instructions to create the bag. Again, this bag actually would make a great bag for all sorts of other things. It could be made up in waxed cotton. You could make this up in a PU with a more sturdy lining. Use this as a gardening bag to put your stuff in without the appliques. You know, use these designs, make them your own. You get, fabric wise, seeded natural, or is this calico? I'll have a little look. I think it's seeded natural. Seeded natural, so you get a metre, then you get half a metre of your little blue spot, and then you get a panel. Now the panel has all the other bits and bobs that you would need to create your appliques. So what's so clever about these kits, because yes, if you're going to make this again, you could delve into your stash and find lots of different scraps. But if you just want to dive straight in and make it, look, everything's been collected, all the right size pieces, everything that you need to create that bag. Grab some Bondo web, that's all you need. Some Bondo web, some black thread for your applique, and some piecing thread for the rest of the bag. Job's a good one. Okay, we've done it in the blue. Now let me show you one in the pink. This is the pink, and just gorgeous again, full pattern. And then you get your seeded natural, a metre of that, half a metre of your pink polka dot this time, and then exactly the same panel as before. So the bit that's different is this part of the bag, the top of your bag. You're still going to have your handles, you're still going to have all of your appliques. Just lovely, isn't it? Gorgeous. All right. Now then, we've got a few other kits. Have a look on the website for those. Just wanted to spend the last few minutes on my very favourite sewing machine, the Elna 680 Plus. So we'll just dive down this end. Okay, so this is absolutely my sewing machine of choice. This is the machine I have at home. So I have my studio where I go and do my very serious work. Mostly that's about my long arm quilting. At home, where I do a lot of my piecing at the kitchen table, it's my Elna 680. This is the 680 Plus. It has a couple of little refinements. So one of the refinements that it has a regular zigzag stitch plate installed on the machine. So I'm doing this motion because this is what your needle does when it's doing the swing needle. So this creates all those embroidery designs, zigzag, anything that isn't a straight stitch in a straight line. Now, if you want to do lots of straight line stitching, let's say, for example, you're doing a dressmaking project, curtain making, bags, quilting, and a straight stitch needle plate can give you a better quality of straight stitch. You've got a straight stitch needle plate, you pop the old one out, you put the new one in. Now with the old Elna 680 and with the vast majority of sewing machines that have a straight stitch needle plate, when you put that needle plate in, you can still pick any stitch, including all the stitches which are completely incompatible with that needle plate, and then go to stitch them accidentally and break your needle or possibly the timing on your machine. Now, the Elna 680 Plus has a refinement. So when you install the straight stitch needle plate, it triggers a little message to the computer which blocks out all of the stitches which are incompatible. If I just show you up top, right here, and you'll see this little section right here. Now this is your straight stitch needle plate. These are the stitches, and there are 8 stitches that you can use with your straight stitch needle plate. Your sewing machine will not allow you to pick a buttonhole or a zigzag or anything else which is incompatible. It's a really clever addition to your Elna 680 Plus. Now, just while we're there having a look at those stitches, just have a look at all the variety of stitches you get included with this machine. So we've got all our utility stitches, button sewing function, eyelets, all sorts of different buttonholes, decorative stitches, alphabets, numbers, punctuation. You can combine stitches. So you can combine, obviously, you combine the alphabet. So if you want to write Stuart Hillard and make a label to go inside clothing, I mean, you can. But also, if you wanted to combine, say, for example, have a look over here. And let's say, for example, you wanted to combine, do you see just about here, you've got like a little flower and you've got like a little scroll right next to it. Well, you can actually combine one of those, one of those, one of those, one of those, back and forth to create your own unique patterns. You can do that in the menu as well and just pop it into your memory. It's super clever. Now, let me give you a quick tour of the machine. So down here, you've got your LCD display. So this is going to display the stitch that you've selected. It's numerical. So you've got buttons. Whoops, let me just tilt that. There we go. So you've got buttons for your numbers. So really quick to type in stitch 49, for example. Mode 2, stitch 49. You've also got a mirror imaging function, so you can flip your stitch as if in a mirror to mirror it. That's really useful actually. If you want to do like a double line of decorative stitching and you want it mirrored right and left, you can use that. That's gorgeous. Or if you wanted to do either side of something, you know, and again mirror image it, you can. You've got your memory, you've got your cancel, you've got your lock key. So if you press, do you see that key? That little lock key. If you press that, it locks your sewing machine. So if you're leaving your machine for a few minutes and you don't want the kids to get near it or pets to get in the way and potentially you don't have to switch your machine off. You can just press the lock key and then when you come back, press it again, it unlocks and away you go. Isn't that clever? Love that. That's another little refinement that's been added in. You've got your accessory box. Okay, so I tend to keep sweets in there. You could use it as an accessory box if you really wanted to. Lots of feet in there. You've also got this storage right here. So little pull-out compartments that have more feet in them. Yeah. That's super useful. So things like your zipper foot go in there and stuff. So they're on hand all the time, really easily accessible. They tend to be the ones I use more of. And then the rest of them tend to go in the box. You've also got in there your straight stitch needle plate and things like your buttonhole foot, your button sewing foot. Now, with that slid off, that exposes the free arm on the machine. So if we're doing things like bag making, sleeves, hemming trousers, we're going to use our free arm of the machine. All right. And also if we're going to use the extension table that comes included with your 680 Plus, you'll take the extension, you'll take your accessory box off rather and slide the extension table on. It's a really big extension table too, it's fab. Now then, if I just turn the machine to one side for a second, I want you to see this white button down here. Now, most sewing machines, if you want to drop the feed dogs, you reach around the back of the machine where I just showed you where the free arm is. But on the Elna, it's actually on the side. And it's easy to see. Do you see this one here with the little teeth poking up? That's teeth up. And then this one, teeth under the line. That drops the feed dogs, okay? When you put the feed dogs back up again, they won't actually do anything until you take your first stitch. And then when you take your first stitch, the feed dogs will automatically rise back up again. If you ever get to a stage where you're working with your machine and you try to sew and it's not feeding the fabric, two things, two trouble. Check that, check it hasn't clicked, drop them down. You might have been quilting before, you might just have caught it. I've caught this sometimes with my sleeve and put them down. The other thing potentially that could have happened is, which happened to me once, I'll confess, I hadn't cleaned out my machine and the lint had built up to such an extent in the feed dogs that they couldn't work and they couldn't carry the fabric. Naughty me. I cleaned the machine, took 2 minutes, and then it was sewing like it was brand new out the box. Now, included with your machine, you get so many different feet. I think we've got a slide that we can show you that will show you the feet and all the extras that you get with your Elna 680 Plus. So you've got things like a walking foot included as standard. You've got a darning foot included as standard. You've also got convertible free motion foot. Now this actually has 3 different feet that then snap onto it: an open-toed, a closed-toed embroidery foot, and also a clear view foot, which is like a flat clear plastic disc. It's my absolute favourite. Extra wide extension table, a knee lifter, I was talking about that earlier on. All of the utility feet that you'd expect. 1/4 inch patchwork foot, amazing. Price wise, £1,249, but you can take 4 easy pays, 4 interest free split pays of £249.80. I want to show you one more little extra feature before I show you the freebies that you get that I love about the Elna 680, and it's right here. Sometimes thread gets caught up, doesn't it? It happens to us all. It's as easy as that. There's no screw to start unscrewing or taking bits off, which kind of freaks me out with other machines. I'm always afraid I'm not going to be able to get it back on, or there'll be a problem, or so I tend to ignore it. With my Elna 680 Plus, it literally opens up. Now, always do this with the machine switched off. But what that then allows you to do is you get a proper bird's eye view of everything that's going on inside. And you know what? I'm not asking anybody to be a sewing machine engineer here, but if you do get a bit of thread broken off or caught up, this is so easy to fix. It's so easy to get that bit of thread out when you've got this hinged door. Now, I mentioned freebies. Let me tell you what you get with this. £157 worth of freebies. You get a full quilt pattern from Village Fabrics. All the fabric, the pattern, the wadding, the lot. Okay. You get a full thread set from Gutermann. 10 different threads, I think. 12. How many threads? Is it 12? 11. It was neither 10 nor 12. You get 11 reels of thread, you get a seam ripper and like a little rubber to remove the threads. A couple of meters of red fabric, a couple of meters of cream, a little tin. You get a 6x24 ruler, a couple of patterns, one from Delphine, one from Helen Newton, and a full-sized self-healing Janome branded cutting mat. Absolutely amazing. Now that offer is just for October, and which actually means it ends on Monday midnight. Wow. Okay. That is it. I need to do the menu for tomorrow. Here we go. Wow. 8 o'clock, Christmas fabrics. Then at 9, Amanda Little's here with her arrowhead quilt. It's brand new. At 10 o'clock, sewing room tools. And then at 11, Amanda's back with her jewellery pouch and coat hanger covers. At 12 o'clock, tune in for some special discounts of pre-cut fabric. I just read that off the screen. Thank you so much for your company this morning. It's been a blast and I've enjoyed it very much. I hope you have too. I'll see you tomorrow bright and early 8 a.m. Have a great rest of the day. Look after yourselves and each other, and I'll see you in the morning.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at